Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
right, fam. All right, fam. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Child, I forgot to do. Dang on it, I didn't do a thingy for tonight, so I'm gonna have to put that up. So we are going to. And by the way, that's Nisi Poo's song. I think it's on the flute, right, Nisi Poo? On the flute. So that's an original. That's another original. So that's Nisi Poo's song on the flute. So beautiful. Okay, so welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, the 31st. We decided to do a series from Brother Odel's drops. Because, child, I ain't trying to stop the information. He has been bringing such explosive information that I decided to make it its own series. So, although we know, now don't start with me now, Wendell. Shit. Talking about some reboot. Although you all know that he's done about 3 drops. But so I just made this the first part of a new series that's just going to be dedicated to the drops that he's giving us. So this is the first official one on the Age of Ascension with Brother Odel. So if this is your first time catching it, I highly recommend you go back to the Black Revolutionary War series, starting with the second video, and I think the 4th, 5th, and 6th one, he's been going in. A lot of gems were dropped, fam. I mean, a lot of gems, and we're still not done. Every time, he comes up here, it's just more and more info. So I'm really excited about this series to continue it so he can get out the word that he needs to get out. So shout out to Brother Odel from the UK. So he'll be in the house in a little bit. So I want to send a shout out to the fam in the YouTube chat. So shout out to Son Scotty. Shout out to Sis Tanya. Shout out to Sis Thelma. Shout out to E11. A shout out to Vixen99. Shout out to Son of Universe. Shout out to Mike Premier. Shout out to Nisi Poo. Shout out to Brother Orlando. Good to see you, brother. Shout out to Brother Freeman. Shout out to I'm Born here. Good to see you. And then Sis Sandra's in the house. Shout out to Warrior King. Shout out to El Sheba. Peace and love, beloved. Let me see if I'm missing anybody. Shout out to Sis Stephanie. And I think I got everybody. So shout out to all of the YouTube family that's not in the chat. Okay, so just real quick, I do want to give a warm heart shout out to the people that's in the comment sections of the podcast videos. You all are really dropping a lot of jewels, and it's so much appreciated. I got a couple things that I need to follow up with in the comments, so that's so much appreciated. And then people are also sharing their experience and their European genealogy. So shout out to you. To be honest, I'm really impressed that a lot of melanated people know that. So, if you've had to hold that part of you back because of people's perception, and now you're able to get it out and say, what your heritage really is, good for you. Because again, over here, I don't downplay whatever somebody's heritage is. My heritage is mixed. Okay, I'm part Indian. I got Black Europeans in my lineage. It is what it is. That's who I am. Whoever don't like it, that's not really my problem. So, shout out to folks for truly embracing who they are, their genealogy, because at the end of the day, that's really what this is about. So great big ups to you all, and big ups to the people that are sending me content. I am behind. Literally, I got one series going, and now I have to go in between that series and drop some more information that you all are sending me. So it's very much so appreciated. You all are on the case. So really appreciate you, fam. So let me bring on Sis Sandra. I think she's in the house. So let me bring her on. Okay. And I tried to let people unmute themselves last week, and child.
Recording in progress.
Okay, sis, your mic is open.
Yes, it is. Hi, Sis Rhonda.
Hey, how you doing, sis?
I'm good. Thank you. And yourself?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Thank you. Same here. Hey, family. Good to see you there with your comments so far.
Yeah.
Welcome. Brother Sean, Brother Scotty.
Yeah, Brother Sean hasn't made it on yet. He may be out of town. I haven't seen him around in a couple days, so he might be out of town.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, good for him. Get his little travel on.
Mm-hmm.
So good for sure. So, what you got on your mind? You got any? Go ahead on with the fuckery.
Well, okay, I'll get back to hoochie coochie.
Okay.
So people took potluck, right? And they put their lives in an experiment. And so one of the big stars, Bruce Willis, has to quit. Now they haven't linked it with his family.
I thought he got some type of disease or something.
Aphasia.
And what the hell is that? Do you know?
Well, it's a neurological problem with your speech center and your understanding of speech.
Oh, okay.
So he can't really talk anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And he can't understand anymore. So he can't be an actor anymore with all those nice little punchlines he's saying his stuff. So it really has impact. His family didn't say it, but when you look at the history of what the second dose does to people, a lot of people had developed that as far as the second dose has been said. So I just read it up on it, how it affects the people on the second dose usually. If you get by the first one, it's the second one that usually gets you. So, but I just say, these people are really, 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 really brave to try something that risky.
You mean far as getting the hoochie coochie, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be a good gambler. Well, a poor one, actually, because you lose on this one. But, to want to do that. And then we tie that to the current affairs in the world in Ukraine. You see, people are not tying those biolabs to Ukraine because they all thought it was China. So there's a place in Ukraine with the last name China, with the name China in it. I can't remember the name of the thing, but so they don't understand those bio labs. I don't know if I can say that. The bio labs over there is the same as over, in China. So, and everybody's saying it came from China. So maybe the China that you were thinking about is the Ukraine China. And they're supporting, Ukraine and that Zelensky dude from Russia tearing up those biolabs. So, don't people put two and two together?
Vixen says, I smell fuckery.
Yeah.
No, they're saying they smell fuckery with the Bruce Willis story, child. And just correct me if I'm wrong. Is he the one that supposedly? No, that was Alex Baldwin. I'm mixing it up.
Yeah, no, that's Alex Baldwin.
Yeah, see, you know what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
about the shooting.
He's the one in those dramas. What is that stuff he called? he has always adventure movies. He's always in the adventure movie, tough guy, you know. I can't even remember some of his stuff right now off the top of my head because it just drew a blank on that. And so he I don't think it's that what is Vixen, because he's not the only one that has suffered that. And that's what I was reading the bio on it and what it is. And it does that hoochie coochie affects the brain. It crosses the blood brain barrier. And that is part of the nervous system in the brain that handles speech.
Was he one that was promoting getting that, or
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I never saw him. I saw a lot of
Okay.
other crazy people, but I never saw him. It doesn't mean it's not truth. So he's not being he's gonna be losing millions because he can't talk and understand.
Well,
It's like,
I'm assuming he should have saved some of the millions that he made, but
well, they have insurance for your body parts, but I don't know what he
yeah.
And peace of love, Tanya. Run. Run. I guess it's
Peace and
fun.
love, sis. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what he actually put out there as far as insuring himself against losses like that. But this is why I'm saying, man, that was a big financial risk, knowing that this is an experimental stuff, and you're gonna go take it, and you have to make your living on living. So I don't know. Lethal Weapon, yeah, thank you, Scotty. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, Lethal
Scotty.
Weapon.
Yeah, Lethal Weapon with Danny Glover. Now I remember.
No, that wasn't him.
Yeah, it was.
Bruce Willis wasn't with Lethal Weapon. That was Gibson.
Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you remember this
Yeah,
guy.
Bruce Willis was the one. He played in a lot of action movies.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
He
but
would always
Lethal
fly
Weapon
these
wasn't
jets
one of
around
them.
and carry it on. See, I can't remember any of your stuff right now.
Yeah, the one where it was
Alien
a
stuff.
Christmas movie, and it was a terrorist group. But yeah, he wasn't Lethal Weapon. No, that was Mel Gibson.
Yeah. Die Hard, shall I say.
Yeah, Die Hard. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Fee.
Yeah,
Gaming.
thank you. Because I was picturing the face. I'm like, no, that wasn't Bruce Willis.
I don't watch too much of that kind of stuff. But yeah, so I was thinking about that. And some people are cheering the demise of the attack on areas like Ukraine, where they have those bioweapons. But these bioweapons, wipes out civilizations. I mean, like they did smallpox for us.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Why would they need to be developing smallpox now?
Oh, that's bio warfare. I am suspecting, and sorry, y'all, I'm trying to look for this picture that I all of a sudden can't find. That really pisses me off. But I am suspecting that, how can I put this? That they've always done that. That's just a part of the game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and so to have so many, you only really probably need one to be so lethal. And for our country to be financing that stuff, come on. What are they doing over there? And who are they using this stuff against? Or are they using it to develop medicine so they can make more money off of you when you get it? They got the next
I think
dope.
it's all that personal.
All the above, right?
Yeah, I really do. Now that's just me. I think it's all of that.
Yeah, and so we're talking about they're doing that, and Biden, the one that was walking crooked that went over there, is talking about taking
right, because it's about at least three of them. One of them, he be like springing. I'm like, okay, you bouncing like a young man, and then the next one be like, where I'm supposed to go? Where I'm like, y'all need to get these doubles together, bruh.
Right. Yeah, and so he went over there and told them about they need a regime change. I said, we need a regime change. What are you talking
He
about?
went over where?
to Ukraine. They had a meeting over there about Putin. And I said, now what sitting president goes right into the fray? But he's might want to make sure that he get Putin out of there. That's what he said. And then that dude, one of his guys said, "We're not talking about no regime change here." They said he went off script, but I don't think he went off script. I think it was intentionally said that they want to take Putin down. And so I said, well, that's going to put the United States right dead in the middle of this stuff.
Child,
You know,
they ain't far finna take no Putin down. They just talking that bullshit. They are not finna do that. I'm still trying to adjust my stuff, y'all.
well, no, I don't think they can do that. To be honest with you, he's not stupid, and he understands that they had
And it's all a show.
reset.
Them folks got this shit scheduled.
Yeah, they do.
Everything is scheduled. That's just the bottom line. None of this shit is,
He said it, make America last, didn't he? So he's making America last. He said we're gonna have high food and no food. He said we're gonna have high gas. So he's already telling you he ain't gonna work with us. He's gonna work with everybody else but us. So
who Putin said that?
no, Biden said
Oh,
that.
Biden.
Biden said that before Putin ever came on the scene that we are gonna have gas problems with food and gas.
Well, I didn't predict the gas, but I damn sure predicted the food and inflation.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to hear none of that bullshit that they talking. Inflation been in the works ever since the Fed kept giving out free money. Well, it ain't really free, but it's a cycle to that shit. It's simple economics.
Right.
And the public just don't get it, and they let them get away with the bullshit and then believe the lies that they come on TV to tell. So it's no shock to me that it's inflation. I called that shit last year. I reminded y'all the beginning of this year. And now, thus, here is inflation. I've been talking about the food shortages because of the food chain supply. And to me, a lot of it is planned. So that bullshit they talking to me is just talk. It's just talk. Because that's the lies they can sell the general public. They can get up there and tell the general public any of that, any fucking thing they want, and they will absolutely believe them. And that's the general public's business. That's their right. But I'm like, keep falling for the okie doke. That's all I can say.
Well, one of the things they're doing is shaping our opinion against other countries like Russia via movies and news. And they shape it without people understanding what really is going on. They can show you anything on this boob tube, and people look at it and take it in and internalize that kind of stuff. And that's wrong, because your enemy is sitting right in your face and you don't know it. The one that's telling you all that stuff is giving you propaganda, so your brain cells will go their way instead of the real way. They're not ever telling us the truth about stuff like this.
Yeah, and damn, I forgot what year it is. I want to say back in the 50s. It was some type of hearing, and they were pretty much saying that it's not illegal for the government to use propaganda.
Right. Decimals on the stuff.
And so I'm like, what people don't understand, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, if we look how fucked up history is, meaning the history that they're teaching us,
right,
versus the real history, none of this shit shocks me.
Well, you know that 400 years of slave that we went through, those are Slavics. And where are the Slavics at?
It's
Ukraine,
deeper than that because
Poland.
it wasn't even the broad brush slavery that they're talking about.
No, they're talking about European.
It was a combination of indentured servants, prisoners of war, folks that they labeled as convicts coming from getting kicked up out of Europe. So I just don't have it to give with people at this point. They can believe whatever the fuck they want to believe. Now the receipts are out there. And if that's the official, especially with melanated people, if you want to believe that you are a slave or a descendant of slave, that's your motherfucking business. Just don't include me in it, because I got my motherfucking receipts, and I can't find that in my records. I can only speak for me. I cannot find that in my records. And anybody else's records that I look through that's melanated, I can't find it. But I tell you what, I found a white person just inadvertently. It was the author talking shit, saying that she was a steward. And I'm like, okay, saying one of her relatives was a steward. I said, oh, they were? I'm finna checkmate your motherfucking ass. I went in them records. Family came over with the church as a servant.
Mm-hmm.
In the fucking records, clear as day. So the information is there. People are just choosing to either have cognitive dissonance, or they don't give a fuck, or they're lying through their teeth. And either way, none of that's my problem. That's their business. That's between them and their ancestors. But what you're not fixing to do is to lump me in with your out of Africa stuff. You're not finna lump me in with your Hebrew stuff. You cannot do that. You cannot speak for my bloodline. End of story. That shit is over with. It's just some of us that's just not having it. So anybody else that's your lane, go live your life happily. Gather up your peeps and do you. Why the fuck you so worried about what somebody else's heritage is? I'm still not understanding, although I really know the game, because you feel what others are doing with knowing their genealogy, with putting this information out, is throwing off your game. I ain't got shit to do with that. Get your game stronger. Oh, you can't get your game stronger? I can't help you with that, player. So this shit at this point, it's juvenile. Like I done took and told people, I'm not going to argue with you about who the fuck I am. That I'm not going to do. You cannot tell me who I am. I'm not going to argue with you. This shit is juvenile at this point. If I want to cartwheel up and down my motherfucking street and hum my alphabets backwards, that's my business. People need to mind their motherfucking business. They get on this internet, run their motherfucking mouth, trying to gang up with groups because you don't have the balls or you don't have the proper panties on to stand up in your own shit. You're supposed to be woman enough, man enough to stand up in your own shit. I don't need a gang behind me. I don't need nobody to side with me. I don't need none of that. And we're talking grown folks. What example are you setting for you babies and you grown motherfuckers? All you do is argue. Don't shit get done Now let's don't stop that. Don't shit get done, but a good ass cussing out and arguing. And I'm even okay with the quote, quote, something getting done, not getting done, if as a collective, Black folks had their own motherfucking families intact. What the fuck we look like round here arguing over some bullshit and just basic necessities is raggedy as hell.
Well,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
no,
Shit.
another thing, somebody posted this, don't blame the preacher, time out for blaming the preacher, but you know, the TV is really potent, and I was just watching A New Husband for Christmas that was made in 2020. And
What was that on Lifetime, sis?
let me see. I don't know.
Come on, admit it. That sound Lifetime like a mug. Lifetime depressing as fuck.
IMBDB.
Oh, okay, all right. I accuse Lifetime falsely this time.
It was propaganda. It was total propaganda because it was melanated people, and it's speaking to our community, praising Jesus for everything that he did and what we are going to do. And then these women were saved, you know, in church, and their husbands were, and they don't leave the husband because the husband ain't saved and all this kind of stuff.
This was melanated people?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, blink, 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 continue.
And it was made in 2020, so you know it has to be recent propaganda.
That's recent.
Because they're probably losing their grip on our people.
So run that, because I don't want to lie up on this movie. So you're saying it was melanated women in church, and they was leaving their old men because they weren't in the church?
Yeah, one woman was leaving her old man because he wasn't in church, and they were all different from each other now because they got Jesus and they're saved. And their husband's still out there having fun, and they can't communicate anymore because they're not equally yoked and all this kind of garbage.
Was he running the streets?
No.
Just because he wasn't going to church?
Yeah.
Child. Well,
okay,
they was with me, that shit would have been over with. But continue.
I was hard pressed to watch it because I was really insulted by it. But I wanted to see what they had to say. And one of the wives that her husband left her, she gave the church $10,000. And I
would have let, wait a minute, she gave the church what? Out of the family's money? I would have left her ass too.
I said,
shit.
Am I the only one that sees the error in that?
So they was downing him for leaving her, for giving the church $10,000 of family money.
Yes.
They out of their rabbit ass mind.
They talked about everything that the wife needs to do to stay humble and submissive to the husband, except for when it was the money.
Child, I gotta put this up, because this right here is motherfucking fire. That's what happens if it's that woman's fault following behind another man besides her husband. Now, I'm not finna lie to you on that. Now, if you have a raggedy ass husband, that's your fault too. Get rid of that motherfucker. But
he was a working man coming home every night.
She dead ass wrong for that.
I'm sorry. I was saying, oh my God.
And this is why, in men's defense that don't fuck with the church, that's why they don't fuck with the church.
I know, I thought about my daddy.
That's why they don't fuck with the church, because it's like that preacher does not have any say in this household. Is that man getting up every day, going to a 9 to 5 or whatever the case may be? Is he paying bills up in this house? That's why a lot of men don't fuck with the church today.
You guys can watch it. This is called A New Husband.
Shit, I wish I would take my precious time watching that bullshit.
I'm just saying that it was so wrong for her to do that.
Yeah, and then they gonna try to slant it like it's his fault.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. And y'all know I I gets in men's ass on a regular basis, but that shit's not right. That's not right. Ain't nothing right about that.
No. There's nothing right about that. And I thought, wow, how can they? Everything was wrong about her until it came down to that money.
But wait a minute, why Nisi Poo followed up. I don't believe in being submissive though. No, that submission stuff, I'm like, who the fuck you talking to? I don't know your angle on this submission. You gonna motherfucker, you better clean that up. Matter of fact, you go look up the etymology to submission. And bitch, that's something I will never be. So you better clarify what the fuck you talking about around here. I do know the power of compromising with, that's what it's supposed to be. But beneath you, oh no, motherfucker.
For $10,000 and the man working every day 9 to 5 to earn that money, she's
dead ass wrong.
She
said if she would have stepped to me and asked me, I'm like, you dead ass wrong.
Yeah.
You dead ass wrong, and get ready to be left. That shit is wrong. How you gonna give money to a preacher? You dead ass wrong.
Yeah. I was like, oh my.
But that's part of the conditioning used against women. That's just one small piece of conditioning. Women, we have to get our shit together. We really, really do. Specifically, Black women, just running around confused. You either letting these motherfuckers use you up till you can't be used no more, abuse you up. You got to come into your own and stand in who you are. I'm sorry, because a lot of this fuckery going on between men and women, you supposed to been change the game and just don't tolerate that bullshit.
Yeah.
That's just the bottom line. I don't give a fuck if I have to be with myself for eternity. Nigga, you will not mistreat me and misuse me, nor run no motherfucking game on me. I done took and told you.
Well, she felt that he didn't have the right. She'd have done some things to appease him, like being a nice wife. And so
that has nothing to do with it.
I know it.
That has nothing to do with it.
And he said, you gave that preacher $10,000 of our hard-earned money without even consulting me.
Yeah, that's what the stab is, though.
I know.
No consulting, and the fact 10 bands.
I said, oh my God.
Melanated people stay pissing away their money.
But remember, 2020 is the movie. So they're trying to reinforce the need for us to submit ourselves to the church and give our to it. 2020. This is not 1950. This is 2020. They try to.
And that's what's so sad about it. Let me think back. Now, I don't never know where that was gonna fly within any of my relatives' household.
No, my daddy would have been over the top.
No, that
my daddy would have had a fit.
Because it didn't matter, the only time they would go to church, and that's after Big Mom and them kept begging them. They'll go maybe once or twice on a motherfucking holiday.
Dad never went.
But get that type of money. Shit, you better put this $5 in that plate and keep it motherfucking moving. But you're not finna take no bill money out of this house for no church.
Well, you know what? I was in the church all my life, and once I started paying attention to the game of what
it's so easy to
see.
We
were at a busy church, and they didn't even have paint on the wall.
Wow.
And the light plate wasn't over the light switch. But he drove a nice, I think it was a gold Cadillac, had great suits. The offering basket was all raggedy, and they passed that thing around twice. And I'm thinking, for what? It's supposed to take the house, give it to take care of the church. You in here with a church, you've been here for 20 years, and you don't have a light plate on that light and no paint on the wall. Barely have air conditioning, but yet you're passing your plate around twice. And
for the people that can least afford it, and then when something happens in your family, you can't go to the same said church and get any funds.
No, you can't. No.
That, to me, that preaching is synonymous with pimping, because it's Black women that keep the church
doing it.
Because for the most part, Black men ain't fucking with the church like that. Because they know a pimp when they see a pimp.
And this is a movie dated 2020.
Child.
Still trying to get our people to play the game.
I can't do it. I can't do it. So yeah, Black women, you have to get your mind together. You just have to, and you still not understanding that you are the secret. You are the power force on this planet. And all you have to do is make better choices. You don't have to put up with bullshit.
And let me tell you what the kicker was. He works with the pastor's husband, and she was the pastor.
Oh, child, they saying that she was giving him more than that little 10,000. And
well, the husband was a lady on the radio, and then the husband worked with her husband, the pastor's husband, and he gave the husband the book. I forget the name of the book. I should have wrote it down. What you have to do to be in a marriage. What are, some of the compromises in a marriage, and because the pastor had wrote the book, so the husband, who was upset and left the wife, took the book and then read it, and then he converted.
Yeah, see, that's classic brainwashing.
It is
classic, and they a goddamn lie. I don't know no man that's gonna be like, oh, okay, she gave you our $10,000. First thing, now, first Niecy Poo put it in there. Now, Brother Freeman put it in there. She was messing with the pastor. Because that's the first thing that came to my mind.
And it was a woman.
And she still, even if she was sleeping with her, yeah. Bitch, you dumb. Ain't that much in the world. What the fuck you asking me for money for? So she dumb all around. I don't give a damn if she was sleeping with him, although that's still wrong. But the point being, she's still dumb.
It's a hustle.
Yeah, he hustling her, and hustled her out of drugs and out of the family money. And they gonna try to convince me that this was okay with her husband.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, and okay then.
Then he got to be the new, that's the title, the new husband.
Well, I tell you one thing. If he tolerated that, he got a motherfucking boyfriend. I can guarantee you that. How about that? If he rolled with that, they got a different type of marital arrangement, and he got a boyfriend. Because I don't know this new shit folks around here talking about. I just don't know it. I just don't know any man that's going to let his wife take that some amount of money and give it to the church. Now, were they wealthy or were they just middle class?
Middle class.
Yeah, they can go on with that bullshit.
I think she was an HR director, manager, and he worked in the assembly plant. So that's,
So this man on the assembly line, standing in his motherfucking work boots or whatever.
Yeah.
For 8 hours a motherfucking day. And she take 10 bands.
Yeah. I was so
like upset. I said, if he did all of that, if that was a real life scenario and he went on and converted to the church, he had a boyfriend. Because that just don't happen. That's not reality.
And it was about 5 couples, melanated couples in that picture, in that movie. And I'm like, oh my God, are these people for real? They trying to tell our people to get back into the church. It so shows to me that they're losing their edge.
They are losing their edge. And, you know, this is an interesting comment. I know he kind of joking about this, but he says, I ain't mad at him. Teach me how to play the game. Damn smooth. Iceberg slim. Damn. Yeah, because degenerate ass motherfuckers that don't know what real manhood is, that's all you do, want to capitalize off of a woman's hoo-ha. That's what a bitch ass nigga do. You want to try to capitalize off of a woman's hoo-ha instead of going and build some shit. And women, that's what I be talking about. Y'all have allowed low-lifedness to get away with this shit.
Yeah.
It's to the point now that you actually defend the fuckery. You literally defend the fuckery.
Yeah, they did. He did cave. And I'm like, oh my God.
I keep telling y'all, I know a pimp when I see a pimp. And that goes for you online pimps too. Calling y'all self pimping online, trying to wheel people in, specifically women. Fuck you too.
Yeah, there was a lot of
we see those of us that ain't with the bullshit in real life. Nigga, I ain't with the bullshit online either.
And all the women met together and read the Bible and read the book and talk about their husbands and stuff like that in this movie. And I'm like, oh my goodness.
That's some fuckery, and it's unacceptable. And I'm sick of people having low standards. I'm fucking sick of it. And then you want to sit around and whine and complain.
But you don't have nothing because you didn't give it away.
Exactly. I'm sorry. People are not. Let's just break this down. God damn it. Why I gotta have an auntie moment? Now, see, sis, I was minding my motherfucking business, and you had to make me have an auntie moment.
You had to cover it up. I had to tell it.
You had to tell, because I know, you old school. You like, what the fuck? Let me tell you one thing. No man is obligated to have a woman. Women are not obligated to be with you, men. Just because you are a motherfucking man. We're not obligated. So that therefore means if you cannot financially sustain a mate and a household, nigga, ain't nobody obligated to be with you. Let me be more clear. Black women are not obligated to be in poverty with you. I don't give a fuck about continuing the race or any of that bullshit ass pimp shit you're running. If you're not prepared for a family, this, that, and the third, then it is what it is. And that's what these incels are upset about. That's what you old ass niggas are upset about, because you done fucked up your life. And now don't nobody want you, and you sitting back whining and complaining you can't find a good one. Nigga, who the fuck say you deserve a good one? Prove to me what you have to deserve a good one. So all the motherfucking gaslighting you want to do, this, that, and the third, bullying, that shit is over with. I ain't never played it in the first motherfucking place, but I'm just saying. No one is obligated to be with you because you're a motherfucking man. And the saddest part out of all this shit, you all sit up and kick, whine, and scream, and I don't see you doing man shit. that don't see it. Anytime there's something remotely close to talking about manhood, you all don't even know what it fucking means. That's the fucking sad part. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Are you fucking kidding me?
And then, in the same token, for a woman to put the preacher before her home, that's a problem. That's a huge problem.
This shit, I mean, people are bringing this shit on themselves at this point. I'm sorry, and I don't give a fuck how many YouTube channels pop up with these burnt, crunchy ass roaches sitting up here talking about what black women should be doing. It's gonna change the fact, motherfucker. Either you a man and you can sustain yourself and you don't have those problems, or you're not. So let's not even sit here and play with each other.
That's terrible. Mm-hmm.
I literally this week, I'm minding my business. And earlier Sunday had like they're the second generation of cousins. Yeah, they're the second generation. They're through marriage. Online, going back and forth at each other, bitch this, bitch that, your husband this, you ain't shit, this, and that. Just going in. So one of the second gen cousins, it's my first gen cousin's sister. So I reach out to her. I'm like, cuz, what the fuck? I know. And she wound up calling me. We talked about it. And she like, that generation a mess, da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, they're just going in at it on social media for fucking what? It's petty. And it's fucking embarrassing. And I said to myself, see, it can't be one of my blood first cousins, because I'm going to pull a motherfucking coattail, pull him to the side. If you don't get your motherfucking ass offline right there, erase all that shit. It's fucking embarrassing. So I'm over that. I'm like, well, okay, girl, what the fuck ever? I didn't know if you had seen your sis out there clowning, showing her motherfucking ass, this, that, and the third. I'll catch you later. Then the whole Will and Jada shit happened. So, because I didn't watch the Oscars.
No.
You know, it's boring as fuck. Everybody know it's boring. So, I'm like, okay, I'll catch up with that the next day. So, I watched a little clip. Okay, and stage definitely ran across my mind. I'm like, okay, it may be stage. Okay, I give that aside. I'm like, well, whatever. I mean, it is what it is. Here's my point to the whole conversation. The reaction from melanated people blew my fucking mind. I had to literally come home after I did all of my necessarily business on Monday, sit down and say, you got to be motherfucking kidding me. Because out of all of that, you motherfuckers didn't understand the basic value that they were at least putting in your fucking face. You mean to tell me, women, you're gonna sit there and somebody hurt your motherfucking feelings? Now let's put aside whether or not it's staged, because it very well could have been. More than likely it was. Let's focus on the motherfucking message. You mean to tell me you're sitting there, you minding your motherfucking business now? I'm sitting in the club drinking my little drink, this, that, and the third. Out of the blue, somebody comes sideways at you just for no motherfucking reason. And your old man is sitting there and you're comfortable with him just sitting like this? Bitch, who you fucking? Where they do that at? I'm confused. confused. You don't see the basic message of keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. Y'all didn't get none of that message. Now, was it staged? More than likely, absolutely it was. But they weren't even arguing over the stage part. They were literally arguing with the man, slapping this man in the motherfucking face, defending his wife, saying, keep her name out of your mouth. He shouldn't have done that. I say again, bitch, who are you fucking? Now, as women, we don't be wanting them to get in fights and shit, but I was just blown away. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, there's no concept in the Black community with build, provide, protect. Those are the basics for a motherfucking man. If you can't do it, we have shit to talk about. Because I guarantee you that nigga couldn't have came home with me that night. Now, he didn't have to go on the stage and punch him in his shit then. But he better have been seeing that motherfucker in the parking lot, at an after party, something.
Yeah. That's what I thought about. Why you have to do it now?
And I didn't even question it, because if you've ever been in that situation, you're not finna stop your old man from whooping somebody's ass.
You know,
Let me run that back. If you've never been in that situation, you're not finna stop him from whooping somebody's motherfucking ass.
No, they wrote it like it was done in 2016 in an article that he said it in 2016. I don't know if he said it that night or not, but you know, it's like, why are they doing this now? What happened?
I don't know. And it very well could be staged. I don't give a fuck about the stagedness.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the response to the stagedness from melanated people.
Yeah. I didn't watch it either.
So anybody can just roll up on your peeps and do any motherfucking thing. And most of y'all wasn't even saying, well, he should have fucked him up later. I can accept that.
Yeah,
he should caught that nigga in the parking lot, caught him at the after set. I can accept that. But most of you motherfuckers, oh, he was a punk for doing that. No, bitch. If you big enough to run your gums about somebody's old lady, you big enough to get your ass spanked. And I've literally saw niggas get their ass beat a lot worse. So I'm like, who are you all with? Who y'all fucking with? I don't get this. It's ridiculous. It's like nobody knows their contributions in a family. And women, if a nigga can't protect you, that's just not me. Maybe I'm just old school, but I'm not fucking with you. Where's the motherfucking attraction? Something jump off. Now, I'm not saying you gotta win. You may get your ass whooped in the process. I'm not even saying you have to win. But goddamn, I gotta protect myself too. Get the fuck out. What do I need you for? And we've sunk so low, we don't understand the structure of a family that this shit is acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was a bitch move. Well, we would have been fighting. Okay, then, nigga, y'all just would have been fighting. That's it. You do know, puss-ass nigga, that is a response when you formulate your thoughts to talk about a man's wife in front of him. You do know in your mind that there's a possibility that he's going to fight you, so you going to be prepared to fight.
Yeah. So he did it right then, huh?
Yeah, he walked up on the stage, smacked the shit out of him. Now, do I feel it was staged? Yeah, more than likely it was. I'm not even talking about the stagedness. I'm talking about the black community pissing and whining, saying he shouldn't have defended his wife. And ladies, this should be a huge wake-up call to you. When motherfucker talking about what a husband should not have done for his wife. First of all, bitch ass nigga, that's my motherfucking husband, not yours.
Yeah.
So stay in your place with that. Second of all, that's how you motherfucking roll. I ain't never rolled like that. So the black collective community have a lot of fucking work. A lot of work. I don't see the protection. I didn't said it over and over again. I don't see the protection for women and children, and I'm going to keep fucking saying it.
Yeah.
And it keeps showing over and over and over and over again. But what I am seeing is a bunch of men pissing and whining about what women should be doing, what women, I cannot tell you how many young men I had to correct, well, what women build. We're women. We're not supposed to build. That's your job. It's like they have no concept of what they're supposed to be doing besides bossing women.
Submissive.
But you want to run around and talk about submit. Submit what?
That's what they want.
Submit to what? Submit to be in poverty, nigga? That's what you want me to submit to? Poverty? With your crunchy roach ass, that's the submission you talking about. Because you sure in the fuck ain't building, protecting, or providing. And women, for y'all to sit up and coddle. Well, I'm going to help him build. I'm going to help him with... bitch, the nigga... 35, 45, 55. Say, I wish the fuck I would. So you just gonna build you a motherfucking man. And you still outmanning him. So if I got to build him, that means I'm more man than him. So I got the dick in the relationship and he got the vagina, but he want me to submit to him. Get the fuck out of here. But this is the craziness in the black community. And women, you are allowing these men to sit on their motherfucking asses. This is a patriarch society.
Yeah.
No man can come to me and look me in my motherfucking face and tell me what struggle he having, bitch. If I got to hump and make it in a patriarch society, motherfucker, you do too. Because if you wanted it better, bitch, you should have built it better for you and for me, goddammit.
You know, and the crazy part about it is if she supports him all the way, then he's going to go out there and try to find him a woman he can dominate. Because then he wants the feminine part of the woman so he can be the man. So
but how is that being a man?
Well, for him it is, I'm saying.
I mean, the only way they're going to do that is if they find a fool, and if they find a fool, they're going to bump her head. Yeah. And shame on sus. I don't wish that on anyone.
I don't know.
Because you're looking for a slow, easy ass death. I don't wish that on anyone. But that's not what they want. Because they whining and complaining about the women that said, nigga, I will cut your motherfucking throat. That's who they're complaining about.
Right.
There's plenty of women that'll put up with their bullshit. Go be with them.
They will.
So the black community, we really got to get our shit together. Women, you don't have to live in poverty. I'm sorry. You don't. And you don't have to share a motherfucking thing with a nigga that you done worked for. I'm sorry. No, you can't step in my kingdom, nigga, with your few little fucking items. Just because you're a man, nigga, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Put the motherfucking assets on the table. Oh, you don't have none? Well, that ain't my problem. It is not your job to raise grown-ass men. Not my problem what their daddy didn't do, what their mama didn't do. That's not my fucking problem. So I'm done with the motherfucking auntie moment, and that's the way I fucking feel on the Will and Jada shit. Yes, more than likely it was staged as fuck, but y'all not understanding why a man would remotely react like that. I'm done with y'all. I'm motherfucking done. Don't want to hear that you would have whooped his ass. Okay, well, nigga, that's supposed to be a given.
Yeah.
You know that's part of the game when you ran your motherfucking mouth about somebody's old lady. That was a possibility in that equation that y'all was gonna have to rumble. So that ain't no excuse either. It's nothing to fucking discuss. But only in the black community is what a man supposed to do with for his wife and his family constantly fucking talking points. That's the only place that basic family structure in the patriarch society is constantly questioned. So get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. Women, get on your shit. Hold people accountable. And if that means leaving a motherfucking crunchy roach ass alone, let them be.
Yeah.
Your life will be a lot freer. You'll be a lot happier. You'll accumulate more stuff. You are not obligated to carry a man on your fucking back.
That's true.
Man up, or shut the fuck up. I have been telling you that for years. So it's simple. So that's it. All right, sis.
I'm good. I'm done.
All right, so let me see. I think I seen Brother Odel in the queue. So, brother, if you're ready to come up, come up. If not, Nisi Poo, if you want to come up and do the land report, you could come up. So, Brother Odel, let me know. What you say, Nuwa? The men out here are soft. Talk some shit, niggas want to kill you.
Yeah, nothing.
All I can say is you can't tell a man how to respond on how someone is talking to his wife. Who the fuck are you? Although I still believe that shit was staged. And to be quite frankly, that's another ass whooping within itself. It's like, wait a minute, nigga, this my motherfucking wife. You don't, and so that's another, I mean, really? That's another consecutive ass whooping right there. You don't get to tell somebody what to do concerning their mate.
Oh, I didn't hear what he said at all. I didn't hear nothing. That's terrible. That's what he did, too. Yeah, that's not cool at all.
Yeah, shit. Folks be tripping. Okay, I'm finna link you, Nuwa. Oh, I forget. I be having to drop this link for y'all.
Somebody said he walked up on stage, too.
He did. He walked up on stage and smacked the shit out of him.
Oh,
and sat back down, and, Chris Rock was like, wow, this, that, and the third. And so he said, keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. And he said it twice. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I know I saw Brother Odel. Okay, nephew knew why. Your link is in. I just put the link. All right, fam.
I don't watch any of that stuff.
No, I don't. Like I said, I saw people hitting me up about it, and I just waited till Monday to look at it. And again, I still thought it was staged, but when I saw people's comments,
I wasn't too sure.
I was like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Oh, well, when he slapped him in front of the white people.
Should have taken it outside. But what I don't like is these women are trying to compete with how naked they can get together. It's like, come on, you guys. They're going to the caveman, to kind of like times, we walk around naked all day long until they found the loincloths and stuff like that, like Tarzan. And all these women are trying to compete with how nothing they can wear.
Oh, that's been going on for a while, though, sis.
I know. It's really kind of like, I guess I'm getting too old.
Yeah.
I saw this lady with the dress jacket on and a blouse underneath and no pants. And I said, oh, is that what they talk about? No pants? Seriously? And I said, did she have on the underpants? So they're really, kind of regressing instead of progressing.
That's been going on for a while, though. And I do have to say, that shit started with my generation in the 90s with Lil' Kim and them with having their ass out. Because we went from, the 80s with
the women dancing all the time with no clothes on in the hip hop and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that shit really started in the 90s with Lil' Kim and them. Mm-hmm. So now it's just, and that whole pimp hole culture, that started with my generation. And, back then I was like, this a mistake, this not right, this and the third. Oh, you just being old-fashioned, blah, blah, blah. Well, nigga, I be old-fashioned because I'm not finna be out here with my ass hanging out. And I have family members, and number one, my mom and grandma and them ain't finna, you let them hear about me rolling around somewhere with my ass hanging out. Baby, that ain't gonna be pretty.
I see pictures of people in Walmart. I'd be like,
child, Walmart is so... Oh. I have not been in Walmart for years. They make my motherfucking nerves bad in Walmart. I just can't do it, y'all. I have tried. And when I do go in there, like I said, I literally haven't been maybe in 4 years. And if I go in there, I'm with somebody else. Oh, I need to stop at Walmart. I'd be like, fuck. And I try to sit in the car. I just do not do Walmart because the species of people in there, it ain't clean enough for me. And then you wait in them long ass lines for billions of years. The shelves look a motherfucking mess, and my nerves is too bad. I don't do Walmart. It's no telling what the fuck you see up in Walmart.
Yeah, I see pictures of what people are like, and I'm kind of, oh my God.
Yeah, you see some of the crunchiest of crunchiness in Walmart. Black and white. I can't do Walmart.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
Yeah, it's bad. I'm like, fuck this deal. I just roll over here and motherfucking pay full price. I can't do it today with Walmart. It's just way too much. Plus, I gotta park my car all the way the fuck down and walk a half mile because I don't want nobody banging up my shit. I can't do Walmart. That's just a different type of breed, and I can't do it. And that's just how I am. And it's just, I have certain patience for shit, and I try to use my time wisely. And standing in a Walmart line is not one of them. I had to stop going to my Dollar General, which I used to swing there to get my motherfucking garden stuff. And I had to stop going there because one of the ones in an okay neighborhood, I'm in there picking out my garden and stuff, happy as hell. Like, oh, look at this knickknack. Oh, look at this. This motherfucker walks in and armed robs the motherfucking Dollar General.
Wow.
And I'm standing there with my garden shit, my little garden knickknacks, decorations, like. And the fucked up part about it, he was stealing food and some other shit. And the young girl behind the counter was like, hey. And he just pulls out a motherfucking gun, and I'm just standing with my garden stuff like this. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to fuck with that Dollar General no more. So I go to the Dollar General in the most wealthy neighborhood here. And I gets out my motherfucking truck. Oh, sister, can you help me out? I'm like,
they got that everywhere.
goes in the store. So this man opens the door for me. I say, thank you, sir. I'm in there again. And it's me. It's me with my garden knickknacks. It's motherfucking me. Walks in there for garden knickknacks. This motherfucker robs that. The nigga that held the door open for me. And I'm in line putting my shit on the counter.
Oops.
And he like has his gun walking out the fucking store with all these items in his hand. And me and the young girl look at each other. And I said, don't say nothing. She said, ma'am, I'm not saying nothing to him. They don't pay me enough. So I'm like, well, fuck a Dollar General. I can't even do Dollar General no more. Bitch, stop being cheap and go to Lowe's and Target and just pay full price for your garden knickknacks.
Oh, that's terrible.
That's how fucked up it's been. Just certain stores you can't even go.
Ooh,
As soon as you can't even step your motherfucking toe out your vehicle, oh, sister, can you? And I'm like, I can't fucking do it. I can't fucking do it. But this the shit that we have to deal with. And I just so happened that was in a good neighborhood. But we all know in a melanated neighborhood, that shit goes on a regular basis.
Yeah.
People harassing you for money, and
I gotta take care of my kids. I gotta protect them. I gotta feed them. Can you help me out? Do you have some change? Oh Lord,
it's a lot. It's really a lot, and I really don't like to see women out there hustling like that. Now I'll give women some money, but to see a man, and I be looking like, nigga, you're not disabled. You're comfortable with coming up to me asking me for money? Are you serious? But we got all of this smoke online for all of this other shit, and just these little simple examples. This shit is going on a regular basis.
Yeah.
You can't even fucking live in a melanated neighborhood unless it's of a certain economic status in peace. You can't even fucking do it. So for black men as a collective to be focused on some bullshit, I have no respect for that. It's just, it's ignorant at this point. I just can't. I just can't. That's just the way I feel about the bullshit, and I don't give a fuck who don't like it. Shit. So, all right. So let me bring on Nephew Nuwa, and then we'll bring on Nisi Poo. Somebody walked out with an air fryer, Black Love. How is it worth going to jail over some Dollar General items in a motherfucking air fryer? An air fryer maybe $50, $60, and they maybe even have dropped the price depending on the air fryer. How the fuck is that worth going to jail over it?
You won't be going to jail because isn't it anything under $1,000? It's not criminal anymore.
Not in every city. That shit is maybe in LA now or in California.
I think that's why they're robbing up the Dollar General, is because it's petty crime, basically.
I don't give a. It's just not worth it to me. How's that worth you getting any type of record?
If you're homeless, it's good.
Dollar General?
Go to sleep.
It's the mindset of not working for your money, but getting in trouble is worth. Yeah, it doesn't make sense either. You can go to jail for life, technically, or die technically, because they can kill you. Other than just going to Walmart, or not Walmart, McDonald's, Walmart, and getting a job, working basic wage.
I don't want to flip no burgers.
I don't want to die. What the fuck?
and my whole point is, okay, well, you say you don't want to flip no burgers, then what have you done to prepare yourself to make a living on this planet? And if you didn't want to make a living on this planet, why haven't y'all bucked up and overthrown the system?
Because it's comfortable wherever they're at. Assistants, mama's house, wherever they're at.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've had that issue with some men too. I'm like, I can't understand why they want to be in that position.
And they don't want to admit it.
No. And then when you tell them what to do, they get offended as if it's okay to defend the position of not doing better for yourself.
Right. And then some are so degenerate, try to make you feel bad.
Yeah. For calling you out.
For just being, I'm like, well, motherfucker, what you're not going to do is call yourself taking shots at me for not living in poverty.
Well, it's not even that. They'll call themselves, they'll say they're business individuals, that they're doing it, that, they're business savvy. And then you're like, okay, but then do you have this in order? No. Do you have this? No. So how are we the same then? How can you say we're like each other if you're not even doing half the stuff that's required of being in that position? So I see there's a lot of fakers, a lot of people that just want to say a title.
Absolutely. And to be honest, nephew, I see this shit consistently online.
Yeah.
I see it consistently online. And the biggest offenders are the funky ass hoteppers. And the second offenders are the rest of you ninjas talking spirituality.
Wokeness,
wokety, woke. They are the fucking biggest offenders. And to be real honest, none of them niggas could stand up had it not been for the money of black women.
Right.
Black women, you're supporting that fuckery.
And remember, it's not even that they may be paying them, but let's say you're on Section 8 because they don't have money, essentially, right? That's the whole mindset. So yeah, that's what I don't understand it either.
And then want to get an attitude, talking about some welfare, took them out of the home. Nigga, if that woman gets $300, $400, $500 something dollars, you mean to tell me you such a broke, degenerate, crunchy roach that $500 a month can take you out of the home? And you're proud to say that in a woman's motherfucking face.
A month, bro. A month.
Not a week. A motherfucking month.
All it takes for the government to dangle in her face, and that's it.
Nigga, if you complaining about $500, you right. Nigga, the government ain't got to kick you out. You're not here in the first place.
Right.
That money is for women and children. That Section 8 is for children. You're supposed to provide.
Mm-hmm.
And the black community let that shit ride. And they let grown-ass motherfuckers sit on they crunchy ass. And I'm like, where they do that at?
Because my mind says this: if you used it to get yourself ahead, okay, we're in Section 8, ma. Let's save some money. Let me stack up. Let me put the money
That
towards
would be
X, Y,
the
Z.
boss move
Okay,
to do.
right. That's what I mean. So that's why I get
That's
vexed. Where
the
I'm like,
boss move, but they're literally upset because the government said, tap, 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 whore.
right?
You
kids
got
later.
a man living there. That wasn't accounted for in this calculation for these government benefits.
Right.
Now we have to reassess. They're upset at that? You out of your motherfucking mind. And women, you are dumb as fuck. I don't give a fuck if that is your baby daddy for letting him lay up on government funds.
It's the wanting to do more. It's not even to say you can. It's to say, hey, let's try to do more. Let's do it for now. Okay, cool. But at least next year or 2 years from now, we should be in a better position.
But we know that don't, because again, people that do what you described, I'm not mad at you. You do your thing, stack your change. You're in a better position. By that point, you can buy you a house. You can get yourself into a home.
Right.
But nigga, you gonna formulate your motherfucking lips to say this government assistance took you out of the home and it's the woman's fault? Nigga,
Right.
It's your fault for her needing the government assistance.
Exactly. That's right.
I mean,
Yeah.
That's the way I was fucking raised.
No, it's true.
Ain't never in my motherfucking family hoodness them dumb. Where a woman is gonna get a pass for letting a crunchy ass roach lay up next to her. She on food stamps getting Section 8. Oh,
Exactly.
no, the fuck no. No, not
That's like
ever, not ever, not ever, ever, ever.
It's like another man in the house. Because essentially now she has to follow what that man says.
She has to follow Zaddy's rules. You not the man of that motherfucker. Zaddy is.
Exactly.
Oh, don't forget he's out there gambling, drinking, chasing women, and she out over at the house raising all the children.
It's
On Section
even worse now, Sis Sandra. You got to upgrade that stuff, sus.
Lord.
Baby, you got to upgrade that, baby, because that was in the 70s. And,
Yeah.
once the 80s hit, they was out smoking crack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was not
now the new thing is they dusty ass just sit home, play video games, be online trying to be a YouTube star or trying to be a motherfucking rap star.
Right.
That's the updated version. Then be trying to hustle women online. Be trying to hustle women online and they live in a woman's house.
Facts. Because my logic is this: where are you gonna take the girl back? Like that was the pride. Like when you had your own shit as a man, you'd be like, all right, I could take this girl back to the
and
house.
they don't mind you trying to come to a woman's house laying on in her sheets. I'm like, motherfucker, first of all, you're a crunchy ass roach. My sheets too expensive for you to lay in my shit.
Nah, there's a pride of having your own. No, I don't know what it is.
But not to these men. I cannot tell you.
I want to kick you out.
My baby sister and I are car women. Okay? I cannot tell you the crunchy ass roaches just based on our cars think that they see a come up.
Yeah.
Just based on your fucking car.
Well, yeah, then they talk to you. They won't talk.
So you think, nigga,
Mm-mm.
you see when I'm pushing, you actually think, nigga, that you're gonna ride in my shit and come lay in my motherfucking luxurious sheets?
I got
Bitch,
that
you done
D.
lost your mind.
Got that D.
Not me, ever.
And
It'll
when-
never happen.
Hey, and they won't even speak to you if you ain't in your car. I was in Home Depot once, and
Shit, the fuck they think going around this bitch?
and I passed them, and they looked at me and looked away, pretend like they didn't see me. Then they saw me outside in my car, and they were like, "Oh,
Yeah, I think you can pull the bitch assness out of them quick. Like, are you fucking kidding me? So no, nephew, they don't give a fuck about
That's
having
true.
no pride of bringing a woman back to their place, because the bitches ain't got no place to bring her to.
No, that's what I
first of all.
mean. They don't, and but they're still. That's what I'm saying. They're in their Walmart chasing after Auntie.
Right.
Yet still, he's going back
And
home
I'm
to mom.
strolling through with my motherfucking locks, trying to get my organic shit on sale. I told y'all that's why I don't fuck with Walmart.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I just don't have it to give. So it don't matter. You could be going out for a simple drink. I have literally, me and my sister, been sitting at the bar, and depending on which one of us drive, that's a nice car, and automatically we just turn our motherfucking backs and keep drinking. Like, nigga, get the fuck out my face.
Yeah, that's
Because I already know what you trying to hustle. Go hustle some other low self-esteem, bitch. I'm not the one.
It's so obvious, isn't it?
Child, don't be obvious to some. It's just ridiculous. The bar is so low. I'm sorry, no dick is worth that. Child.
No, I'm getting where you come from. The bar is getting really low because
it's low.
Because now as a man, we go to try to talk to decent women, and it's like, yeah, you guys don't have the brains to have a decent conversation. So I can understand why those men are, yeah, all right, cool, no worries. So yeah, on a level, you do have to step up your game because, like I said, real men will talk to you without having the need to show any of your attributes in that aspect. We want to talk to you as an individual.
Well, I mean, that's a given. If it's depending on what they're trying to come at you for. If they're coming at you for your assets and sex, I mean, that is what it is.
That's what I mean. It's easy to see
between you two. But people sitting up here, they're trying to push bullshit for real manhood and real womanhood, and I fucking take offense to it.
I do too, because
now,
I feel
the younger generation, I understand you all are learning, but an old motherfucker, I'm gonna cut your throat. I'm gonna talk about you down to the ground, to your fucking face, because
they can't handle
the
it.
Audacity to bring that bullshit to me.
They can't handle it. That's where they run to let's say, an easier woman, per se.
Well, nigga, you should have did that from the motherfucking Jump Street.
Mm-hmm.
You called them out on their fuckery.
Yeah, the bar is really low. Like, nigga, you've been watching too many Tyler Perry movies. You think I'm finna take your ass in and clean you the fuck up? That would be a no.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it's a mindset of not having your own again. It's the same why you need a woman. As a secret, I like the fact that you have your own. Good. You did good for yourself. Good. You're that woman that has that mindset. You have a drive. Good. She has value. You have value on your own. Great. But like I said, men don't see like that. They're like, okay, how can I now tap into that value? And so it's just being comfortable with having a woman of value.
But see, now they're complaining about that, because let me explain to y'all about the woman of value stuff. When I was in college, that's all men talk about. All the women of value, you got your own, this, that, and the third. So let me run this motherfucking story down to y'all. We all started out the same. Coming up out of high school, you choose what you're going to do. Women went to college, whatever the case may be. Black men didn't, or they didn't finish. So women finished. And now that, we done did what we done. Oh, you too independent. No, motherfucker, you're too broke. You're too broke.
Facts.
So now I'm masculine because I take care of myself. I'm masculine because I take care of myself in a manner that you cannot fucking afford to take care of me.
No, you're not submissive. That's the word. Not masculine. You're not submissive enough.
Yeah, I'm not submissive. Okay, so what submission I'm supposed to be? Sit in poverty with you?
Yes.
Live paycheck to paycheck with you? Or be a dumb bitch and turn over my paycheck and assets to you? And neither one is going to happen.
All of the above.
All of the above.
So that's how that story ended. Black women outpaced black men.
We got distracted.
It's been happening since the 60s. But when that 80s and 90s kicked in, it really started doing this.
Yeah, it was the rap, crack, and the jail system.
Right. So now they want to change the narrative. Oh, you too independent. You got your own stuff. You think because you got a cotton nigga, I ain't said not nary, not a one of them. You said that, not me. I ain't said shit about none of that.
You know, and then they get mad if you say, hey, I ain't interested. You think you something. I'm like,
and that's when I have, you stuck up. You stuck up. Yeah, I am, nigga, and don't forget it.
That was an ego bubble you popped, right? You said no. What the fuck? You gonna say no to me? Oh, bitch.
It's just ridiculous at this point. It's everything but self-improvement. And here's always been the way I roll. I don't want anybody that don't want me. If I'm interested in you, you ain't interested in me, I'm no longer interested in you. You see how that fucking simple equation works? How the fuck you gonna force somebody to be with you that don't want to be with you? Your values don't, first of all, your values and your principles don't align with mine.
No.
So I'm supposed to throw all of that out the window.
And beg.
Plus you broke. Plus you look like a crunchy ass roach. You know I gotta throw the crunchy ass roach in there.
Plus he doesn't have good dick either, because he would have had a woman.
Well, I ain't fucking him to even know if he got dick if you're a crunchy ass roach.
I'm letting you know.
So I don't even know what that dick do. Because you ain't even met the first two criteria.
If he's slanging it in the freaking Walmart, trust me, it ain't.
That's true, because if it was all that good, somebody would have snatched him up.
I'll be in the Gucci store
this shit is simple. So women, get on your shit. You can end this stuff in one generation. Let that crunchy ass die on the vine.
But Auntie, I think we need more aunties, because the problem, I'll say alphas or we have, is that the women that are available don't have the right mindset to do good. Okay, I'm going to say, I know there are good women out there. I'm not going to say they're not. But on my side, we're finding that there's not the quantity out there that we need. So the ones that are there, they're good, but they're already probably taken, or they're gay.
Yeah. And shit, you wonder why they gay?
Right, but like the numbers are not working for us now, right?
They're like, fuck this, I go get a woman.
Yeah, we know the problem. Like, we hear the problem, so we're like, shit, we can't fault you on it, but damn, girl, like, come on, can I convert you?
I thought it was just a man issue, but I did not realize that a lot of women are allowing this fuckery to go down.
Yeah, it's a schism on both sides.
I didn't get this. You have men running around here talking about they're the prize, and I'm like, nigga, how and where?
Well, those are the fake ones that be around us, and then they think they're the prize just by saying it. But then they go fuck around and they meet you and you tell them differently.
I'm not gonna tell them nothing, because once they come out they mouth with that bullshit, I just give them a look like, oh, okay then.
That's all you need.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna give them is a look. Oh, you stuck up, what, lady, ma'am. I can be whatever the fuck you want to be, nigga, but that bullshit you talking, it's not in my DNA.
Yeah, but not enough girls have that prototype to filter out the men like that. Because they'll change if they fuck shit doesn't get them nowhere. They'll start to they'll smarten up. But you guys allow that fuck shit to happen, and guys like us like fuck.
I can't do it, ladies, and you got to step up your game. The amount of abuse that you're taking, the amount of stress that you're putting yourself through, and not only you, that you're putting your babies that you're bringing in this world that don't deserve this.
Facts.
They just don't deserve this. It's a heavy responsibility to have a family. And every man don't deserve that. Every man don't deserve to have a legacy left through another, quote, human being. I'm going to go out on a limb and say most don't deserve it. It's not your job to repopulate the earth. Degeneracy needs to be bred out. I've been telling y'all that for years.
That's a fact. On both sides, I'm going to say.
I agree on both sides. And in the melanated community, instead of us teaching this, you still have old heads around. Oh, when you gonna have a baby? You need the fuck for what? With whom?
No, it's a mindset. Get her mind right. Like get a. I want to get a job, but like put yourself in a position that you don't need somebody else. You can do for self, male or female. And then once you can do for self, then you can help.
Well, to be fair, the women have done that.
I'm not saying they're not. I'm just talking.
But in general, yeah, you're absolutely right.
But no, it's the mindset though. I'm not saying women haven't, but you have women that don't have the mindset to do better with themselves. They just want, as they say, the bling, the glamour. Not to say, hey,
and it's either two things. Either they're chasing a bag,
right?
Either they're chasing a bag, and with chasing that bag comes consequences. Okay, and you have to understand the difference between chasing a bag and picking the best partner in your best interest.
Right.
Okay? If you don't know that, you need to get an auntie with some sense that can tell you the difference. And then there's some women who just flat out, they just settle. They just settle. What is the best I can do? Well, bitch, you know what? I will be dooless. Because I'm not going to have no crunchy ass roach leeching off of me talking bullshit.
And I agree with you too. If that's the best that's out there, I'm okay. Let this generation die off. Right?
The fuck? So, I mean, it is what it is. And that's why I asked the question, man, what's your purpose on this planet? And if you cannot in your heart search for that and come up with a concrete answer, you got some soul searching to do. And the main ones talking shit, they don't have a purpose. And it ain't even like they're walking this realm just with themselves. We're talking men with children that they have left behind. And they're the most shit talkers. And we're not even talking about with one woman. We're talking about with multiple women. So the black community got to clean up their shit. That's just the bottom line.
Facts.
So I'm not the auntie to sit up here. Yeah, baby, you know you can do it. Yeah, I'm that auntie when you're right. But degeneracy and fuckery, I'm never going to sanction that.
But people don't call it out enough, like on both sides. They don't call it out because they're like afraid to bust egos. Like a girl will do something ratchet and the female won't call out her ratchetness.
Right. And then when I say something, oh, you just being, I don't give a fuck about being old, none of that. That woman, you have children, you should not be on the internet with your hoo-ha out. I'm sorry. So it's just common shit that folks act like their parents didn't teach them. And if they didn't teach them, it's the responsibility of older folks to be like, no, that's not cool. That's not cool, niece. That's not cool, nephew. Now, whether or not they're going to listen, that's a separate story.
Yeah, that's nothing else. That's
but at least you call them on it.
Right.
But this degeneracy, I'm not for that shit. I'm just not. Folks sitting up here acting like they don't know what basic manhood is, what the basic responsibilities are. I'm not with that shit.
But Auntie, they don't. Like I'm in a position where I'm learning that it's not. I thought it was your age. I thought, okay, if you got someone, if you were in a relationship and the person was older, they would be wiser. But what I've learned is that age is nothing. It's really experience.
It is
if a person has more experience, then the wisdom comes through. And that's where I personally messed up because I went the opposite route. I thought it was age. I thought, okay, just everyone that's of that age bracket is good. So let me just date outside my age bracket and I'm good. No. What I was supposed to look for, what I'm learning is no, a woman with experience. right? So it doesn't need to be a perfect girl. Like I said, she could have a little bruises, you know, but at least they have an understanding of how they should be a better person, and thus they want to be a better person with you in it, and then you guys can grow. But not all these girls see that. They want you to feed them whatever bullshit that they were told you should get, you know, house, home, all this nonsense. But they don't have any they haven't value. They have no value to offer you. They don't cook, they don't clean, they know how to love a man in a sense, right? It's not all about sex. Some men we just want to be loved by a woman. A woman knows how to do that. Men can't tell you how to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
Sound like you need a hug.
I know, because I guess I'm torn. Go, Niecy Poo, you do. And then I'm finna get on Arawat in a minute. Sorry, y'all, this auntie moment taking a little longer, but I'm waiting on Brother Odel in my defense anyway. Go ahead, Niecy Poo, you put something on, and then I got to get with Brother Arawak. And matter of fact, I'm finna put some chapstick on to get with you. Let me get off this camera. Go ahead, Niecy Poo.
Okay, so greetings, everyone. Greetings, Auntie, Sister Sandra, Brother Nuval, the Reflection, and to the folks listening in on the chat. So I got two things before I get on with the land report. I'm gonna be quick. Just, you know, on the topic.
Let's walk with the miss.
So I also want to say salute to my husband, because I did share the link to him. So hopefully he's listening in.
Hey, nephew.
Yeah, he don't be on too much because he works very hard.
Oh, so, you mean he works? You mean he actually goes to work and provides for his family, right? He works.
Tries to put a smile on his face.
Oh, okay.
And he diversifies his portfolio so he doesn't have to work for the rest of his life.
Oh, you mean he invests? You mean he, you know, takes the money that he works for and he builds a future for himself and his family. You mean
he didn't make it rain? He didn't make it rain. Damn.
he ain't making it rain, because we need to make sure that all of that stays where it's supposed to stay. We don't need it to get lost in the water.
Right.
You know what I mean? All up in that mess, I know.
Right.
But yeah, salute to him. And if you're listening in, sweetheart, I appreciate you for everything that you do for the family. So what I want to get on is the times that we're living in. So there was a sister in the chat. He gave you a
shout out. He said he here. He said, I'm here and I love you and appreciate this. I'm here, baby. I love you and I appreciate the shout out.
Big up yourself, bro.
See, that's the type of black love I'm talking about. Go ahead, Niecy Poo. Uh-oh, you got cut off.
Can y'all hear me still?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Let me put this comment on there.
So
this is what a working husband is saying to his wife. Degenerates. Go ahead.
Yes. So there was a sister in the chat earlier that I was talking to, and I just want to make a comment, because a lot of times people are not realizing the times that we're living in, right? So fortunately for my household, like I do have a job, but I'm a contractor. Mm-hmm. So I don't work like 40 days a week. Mm-hmm. My husband, on the other hand, he does work a full-time job. So I'm able to supplement with what I can do, bringing in money, but I work from home and I take care of the children. They homeschooled. Mm-hmm. You know, we have a different dynamic going on, but most people do not have two incomes coming into the house. Now, after 2008, people are not realizing the amount of inflation that we've experienced. They're saying, oh, we're in inflation now. Yeah, we've been in inflation.
We have.
Since 2008. So when things crashed, they jumped back up, and now we're experiencing another bubble.
Yep.
And folks are not realizing that, yeah, back in the 80s and in the 90s, you could live in a one-parent household and survive if the mom had a good job. That's not the case anymore, especially if you have multiple children, and especially if you want a certain lifestyle. Now, you could live in the hood and have children and work a good job. Yeah. But if you're going to be in middle-class America, you cannot survive with just a one-parent income household in 2022. You cannot. It's
Fact.
very hard.
It's very hard. You got to have some change to do it, but continue.
You have to have a really good job. Like you got to be making at least $50,000 or more.
Yeah, definitely.
So keeping that in mind. Now, as far as the land report, this is not brand new news, but it's something that I haven't heard anybody else talk about. So I wanted to bring it to the family. I'm reading from two different articles. One is Indian Country Today, and the other one is www.vof.org. I don't know what VOF stands for. Let me see if I can figure that out. Virginia Outdoors Foundation. So Virginia Outdoors Foundation, that's what VOF stands for.
Okay.
All right. So this was put out. The title is Chickahominy Tribe Celebrates Acquisition of Ancestral Land in Charles City by Jason McGarvey. All right. 4 centuries after English colonists began systematically, displacing Virginia's indigenous people, the Chickahominy tribe is reconnecting with the land of their ancestors thanks to the acquisition of 105 acres along the James River. Now, the reason why I wanted to pause and go to the other article is because the other article says there's a correction. It's not 105 acres. It's actually 944 acres.
Woo. Okay.
All right. Chickahominy Chief Steve Atkins and other tribal leaders joined Governor Ralph Northam and officials from numerous states, local and private organizations on Friday to celebrate the acquisition of the site called Chickahominy on the Powhatan, the name of the James River prior to English settlement. In 1646, tribal land was taken from the ancestors of the Chickahominy tribe in present-day Charles City County, not far from their site, says Chief Atkins. Now, more than 370 years later, the Commonwealth is returning land to the tribe. Within tribal culture, waterways are especially significant as they provide sustenance, recreation, and travel trade routes. This location allows us to celebrate, preserve, and share our culture and traditions with current and future generations. All right, so here goes the tea. For those folks who keep talking about they want their land back, this is where you get your pen and your paper and you write this down. You take some notes. The site was purchased with the assistance of a $3.18 million grant.
You've been saying that forever, but keep going.
From the Virginia Land Conservation Foundation. Now I'm going to repeat that one sentence. The site was purchased with the assistance of a $3.18 million grant from the Virginia Land Conservation Foundation. The Virginia Outdoors Foundation, which holds an easement on the property, assisted the tribe with the grant application. The land upriver from Jamestown Island will be protected from development and will create a location to showcase the culture, history, and traditions of the Chickahominy tribe. Our Commonwealth is, and let me just make this statement before people start saying, oh, the other people, they got an easement. Yeah, they got an easement, but you got to read what the easement is for. It could be just to access the waterway. You know, it could be, don't jump to conclusions on the easement. Our Commonwealth is full of cultural and historical sites, and we must make every effort to protect and preserve their heritage, especially those that belong to or celebrate underrepresented communities, said Governor Northam. Returning land to the Chickahominy is an important step towards honoring their tribal history in Virginia and ensuring they have a place to continue sacred traditions. We are proud and humbled to help the Chickahominy tribe reconnect with the land and waters of their ancestors, said Virginia VOF Executive Director Brett Glimpse. This project is right on every level, for the Chickahominy, for our Commonwealth, and for our nation. In addition to its cultural importance, the property will provide additional benefits like protecting scenic resources, Chesapeake Bay water quality, and wildlife diversity. It has to be about nature. This is me talking now. It has to be about nature. It has to be about protecting Mama Earth and her resources, or you're not going to get shit. I don't care if you call yourself an Indian, a nigga, a Negro, a Black person, a Native American, an indigenous person. I don't care what you call yourself. And if you're arguing about these titles, you're lost too. It doesn't matter. If you're not connecting with Mama Earth in some form or fashion, you're not going to get shit. Okay, now let me finish reading. In addition to its cultural importance, the property will provide additional benefits. Oh, I already read that part. Preliminary plans for the property, which has burial mounds and terraced settlement features, include a tribal office, a cultural education center, restrooms, interpretive period structures, information kiosks, and farm buildings and structures. I'm going to pause right there. If they have information kiosks and people are going to come here for like history lessons and stuff, if we don't put our stories in there, because I haven't found traces to the Chickahominy tribe, but I'm just saying, for those who have, you have to, if you want your story to be remembered, you got to get there. You got to put it on the table with them, because people are going to come and learn. And we cannot say that they're rewriting history if we don't inject ourselves into it. That's my opinion.
We'll write it without you.
Exactly. All right. So the tribe, which was federally recognized by Congress in 2018, also plans to hold interpretive and cultural events open to the public once the site is further developed. Virginia's natural resource agencies have been spending a lot of time talking about environmental justice. Let me read that again. Virginia's natural resource agencies have been spending a lot of time talking about environmental justice. I said this before. We have to become environmentalists again.
Yeah.
Period.
If they're going to do this whole green movement thing, we should be at the front of it, the forefront.
I wouldn't even call it a green movement. I would just, because it kind of gets a little gray when you talk about green, because then you got folks talking about carbon taxing.
Right.
Oh no, I'm just saying that's what they're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's about doing a soil analysis and a water analysis on your local rivers and finding out what contaminants are on there, and then you'll find out that there's agencies who care about it too. And so you can actually partner with them. They have programs, grants, everything. Okay, let me finish this because I'm almost done. This project is an excellent example of how we are putting those principles to work, said Director of the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation, Clyde E. Christman. So that was the article from VOF. And basically the other one was pretty much the same thing. The only difference in the article, they basically said William and Mary's Colonial Indian School that educated Native students from Virginia's tribe. More recently, the Chickahominy tribe joined an intertribal Native advisory board that partnered with William and Mary to undertake archaeological research. Now, that is something similar, and I know a lot of people say, oh, they don't really too much care for Mr. Two Hawks, but he did kind of the same similar thing when he partnered up with Brown University, and he gave that wonderful speech at Brown University about the so-called Black Indians. Yeah. So look at that as a resource, and for those who are looking for tangibles or looking to become more active in real life, not on social media, maybe partnering up with some universities, doing lectures and seeing if you can network, because fighting online is not going to get it.
So let me ask you this, Nisi Poo. In your opinion, to qualify for these grants, would you not have to have a business plan on what you're going to do with the said land, because I didn't hear in there anything about building homes. I heard about conservation and honoring historical sites, because I think you said it was a burial ground there, or mounds, and they're going to have a kiosk with historical information. So would you say that there are certain qualifications to get these grants for the land?
Correct.
Okay.
There are certain qualifications to get the grants, and it all starts with networking with those who are already going for those grants, or looking on grants.gov and seeing what's available. When I was talking about the reparations, I said, y'all, it's going to come, if they do reparations, it's going to come in the form of a grant.
Yeah, which
they're
makes
not going to come knock on your door
with no money,
and with a bag of money. And they definitely not going to give you no land. How they going to know what land to give you? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it would have to
You're
be
going to
something
have
vacant.
to apply, and it's going to come through in a grant. But if you're not sitting at the table telling people what that grant needs to have involved in it, like the sister Dawn was saying on Top Cat's channel, I caught the replay. She said, submit your proposal. What? And everybody's fussing at the lady, and I'm like, what she just said was, tell folks what you want. If you don't like what we're saying, submit your proposal so that we can put it on the table.
Right.
But you got all these people with their emotions and egos all jump up on the panel at the same time, yelling at this lady. Like, granted, she might be ignorant to certain things and historical facts, but you can't beat somebody up who's actually trying to do something.
No, but that's the only way you talk to the government anyways, is through proposals and drafts.
That's how they talk. Basically, and I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it where people can understand it. If you're trying to go after this reparations bag, you're going to have to do it in forms of, number one, putting together a plan or a proposal, like that lady said. And I was actually in that live, and child, I didn't know what the argument was about, so that ain't none of my business. But you are going to have to submit a proposal, and so that would mean you would literally have to know what you want
and tell them who you are.
Right. And I don't think people have a problem with telling them who they are. I think most of the problem be telling what you want. And if you're coming from, well, I just want a bag, or I want this specific type of land, that's not going to fly. Now, what will fly is, these are my people. This is what we want to do on our land. She just gave you the blueprint, preserving your people's heritage, building conservation sites. And I'm just going to put you up on game. Talk about permaculture, building sustainable neighborhoods. That's going to get you what you need. Even, building a school, stuff like that is going to get you what you need. But you do literally have to sit down and get your people together if you're doing it as a group, and you all have to do a proposal.
In real numbers, you're going to have to tell them how much things are going to cost.
Absolutely. So that is going to require you putting in some work. You have to write a professional proposal.
This is the paperwork that we will approve.
I mean, literally, you do. You have to put some numbers into it.
Yeah.
How much is it going to cost a year to sustain this? What type of staff is needed to sustain this? So you have to be prepared to do that stuff. Now, I can't speak for anybody else. I could just speak from experience. And Most people will not be prepared to do that.
Nope.
I literally have sent people blueprints on business proposals, business plans, and not one person was able to send me that stuff back.
That's probably why they're arguing with the woman, because they don't understand what she's talking about.
I'm like, I can give you a blueprint. So meaning I give you a template, and these are the sections you have to fill out. And most people, not most, none were able to return it to me. And that's because what they want, they haven't thought it out all the way. And that goes back to when I talk about creating the world you want to live in and manifestation. You have to think things out to that level. So,
and sometimes
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mrs. Pooh.
they
You're breaking up.
I can't think of. Can you hear me?
I can hear you
Can you
now.
hear me now?
I can hear you
Yeah,
now.
they can't think of exactly what it is that they want, but they say stuff that just doesn't make any sense at all. Like, this is my land. No, it's not. It's not. That's not even the way that our ancestors thought of it. If you want to go back far enough,
yeah, we're
they
really
didn't
the
have
caretakers, right?
Yeah, we're the stewards of the land.
Exactly.
But if you want to have a piece to claim for yourself, then there's ways to do that. But if you want them to give it to you, if you don't want to go buy it, or I understand that. I'm not telling everybody get out here and go get a loan and go buy a piece of property. I'm not saying to do that. You got to make your own decision. But at the same time, just know that if you want something out of this system, you're going to have to work within it, because you don't have an army and you can't move people up off the land.
No.
You cannot do that. That would be considered an act of war. And you would be stupid as hell to think that you could take that shit on. They got drones and all kind of shit.
Right.
And you gonna cause for people to die because you want your land back? You sound stupid.
I just don't think people have thought it out to that extent. And, if people are new to the information, they get really hot under the collar and say, that's my ancestor stuff. Woo woo woo. And I understand all of that. We're all in the same boat. But the reality of it is, if you're navigating in their system, and if you're asking them for something, then you're navigating in their system. That's the only, to be honest, what she's saying, which you've been consistent in what you're saying since I've known you about the grants. That's the way to do it.
That is the only way to do it.
That's the only way I know to get some free shit from this government.
And they're gonna, and let's be clear, they're gonna hold you to that. So don't think you're just gonna get this land and then just sit and bullshit and piss it off. They're gonna hold you to all the things that you say you're gonna use said land for. So that means you have to have in your particular crew people that are equipped to run it. So when I sit up here every week with my motherfucking scarf on, and when I say, if you can't do it in your household, if you can't do it in your neighborhood, you can't do it as a nation. I'm not saying that to say it for the fuck of it. I'm saying it because that's the formula.
The mindset you have to have.
Because you can buy Detroit for pennies on the motherfucking dollar right now.
Yeah. You can own the block, for real.
Literally, you can own the block. So if you can't go to Detroit and fix that little area up, what's going to be the same concept with them giving you a patch of land and some money when you don't have the particular connections and resources to make that shit happen, when folks in your crew don't have the experience? And that's when I come down on black men and I say, what the fuck have you built? What skill set do you have? Well, if you don't have no money, nigga, you better have a hammer. You gonna do something up in this bitch. That's the stuff I be talking about.
I'll say that's a testament to all the people in the community that say they have money and they want to do something. Why are we not in Detroit buying back Detroit? Why are we not giving back Detroit back to this quote unquote indigenous people? Like,
you want to know why? Because they don't know how to buy property. They don't know how to buy property. Most of these people who are talking are renters. They don't know how to buy property. They've never bought property before. So when you come into the conversation as a land acquisition expert who can actually be Googled, my real name, because I use it because I have a license, because this is what I do. And I'm not saying that to say, oh, I know more. I'm saying that to say, if you don't know how to do something, just drop your ego. It's okay.
It's okay.
People will literally help you. But if you think you're going to go out here and you're going to get the help that you think you're going to get lost real fast, because the way that this industry works is 74% dominated by white people. And I'm not talking about the Moorish white people. I'm talking about the Caucasian white people. This industry is dominated 74% by white people. And then the next genre is the Hispanics, 11%. Then the Asians are, I think it's like 9%. And then the so-called blacks come in at 5%. So they're helping their sphere of influence. If anybody knows how sales works, they always tell you to deal with your sphere of influence, your friends, your family. So they're the ones who are helping their people to get land.
And as they should. Shit.
And our people are still sitting around twiddling the damn thumbs, wanting to call folks agents and all kind of extra shit, and Pan-Africans. Like, I work in America.
But let's be clear, sis. Come on, Nisi. We have to be real with it. And I know I keep saying this, and I'm sorry I'm the auntie in the room that have to spit it to you like this. As a collective, we don't have those skill sets. The people that's talking on this information, they don't have the skill set to run a community. Because you and I know when you buy said land, what you got to put on that land. Let's say you want to live on that motherfucker. What you got to do?
House.
The first thing you got to get is an inspection to make sure it's even habitable, or you might end up getting into a home that's got mold, radon issues, arsenic coming out your pipes. You don't even know. So you got to get a home inspection. That's going to cost you about $500. Go ahead, keep going.
Okay, so now I'm talking about blank land. Because we both know how to do the homeowner.
Oh, you got to find water.
That's a walk in the motherfucking park. Okay, anybody that's bought a home, you only got to go through that shit one time, and I guarantee you gonna know what to do from that point forward. I'm talking about the land is total vacant. What do you have to do?
Find water.
Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. This one brother, I'm fresh. Y'all gonna laugh at this. I'm fresh new agent. Okay, I get a call. This dude is looking for just vacant land or whatever, and he's looking in this area. It's about 3 hours from my house. So I'm all excited. I'm like, yeah, I'm finna get my first sale. I drive 3 hours. He's like, can you go live from the property so I can show all the people? Because it was a group of them who were coming together to buy this land. Now the land was probably about maybe about $5,000 to $7,000.
Which ain't shit. Which ain't shit. But continue.
I was probably gonna make about $500 out the deal.
Which ain't
I didn't care.
But continue.
I'm new. I'm green.
Right.
I'm like my first sale.
Right.
Good job, girl.
So I drive all the way out here, and my damn phone wouldn't even work. It was so in a rural area. I had no cell phone service to even go live. So I took some pictures and I made like a little video so I could share it to him once I got back. And he was like, yeah, that's the one we want. So I was like, well, he's like, does it have anything on it? And I was like, no. And I looked back at the listing, right? No utilities, no well, no electrical hookup for miles. Okay. and they're all excited. They're about to buy a piece of dirt that's worth literally, you can't even farm on it. Like, it's out in the desert. So I'm like,
plus you can't farm. Get the fuck out.
No.
Yeah, there's no water.
No, there's no water.
You have to dig a well, all kinds of stuff.
So I go back and I'm sorry, Auntie. What'd you say?
I said you have to first get a survey. You got to dig a well if you don't have water. You got to bring in electricity, phone service, all kinds of stuff.
And I could tell you, just to get them to come out and do the electricity, that's 20 bands, baby. If that shit ain't running through there, that's 20 bands.
Not where I live, Auntie. Not where I live, Auntie. Let me tell you how much these construction workers is charging. And I tried to put folks on the game on this. I was telling folks, I said, if you're a general contractor, bring your ass out here. I'll help you get to this money. They charging $50,000. They call them lot improvements. All you need is one of those.
You see black men, I be talking to y'all about building, and you sitting up scratching your motherfucking balls.
This is how we're supposed to use the gal. She feeds us the bag. We go to the bag. We pick the bag up and bring it back home. That's what the girl's supposed to be there for.
You're also supposed to pull permits before you even do that.
Exactly, and you got to pay for said permits.
You got to pay for that.
Yeah.
In California,
the homeowners out here. The homeowners out here normally get their own permits. So like whoever bought the land, the vacant land, normally they get the permits. And then they just do, hire. The laws out here are different. You can actually get the shit your own self. Yeah.
You can't do that in Cali.
So in summary, just because you buy a piece of land, unless you already have the utilities, the water, the sewage there, you got to pay.
Yeah. Through the nose.
Because you have to pay to have that sewer shit created. And if the city isn't already out there where you could connect up to that sewer, then that's when people have those, what you call them? Septic tanks in their background. In their backyard, rather.
You know, I purchased 80 acres years ago. And we brought in water, right? We had to dig a well. But then we wanted to pump it, and the city wouldn't allow it unless we brought in electricity at $8 a foot for 2 miles.
That's usually what them cities do.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can't pump you can't even put it in there. You get a permit to put it in there, and then they won't let you use your own pump without having electricity. You can't use it off of a generator or nothing like that.
Yeah.
So
let me. Auntie Sandra, let me ask you a question. When you bought the 80 acres, was your real estate agent who helped you, or did you just get it by yourself with no help?
It was a real estate agent.
Was they melanated or not?
They were not.
Okay. See, that's the problem. Let me tell you something.
They were not forthcoming with all the permits that you have to get.
Exactly.
You can't do your own well without electricity hitting it. I didn't have telephone lines. I didn't have nothing. No,
they don't have to. Let me tell you something about these real estate agents. They don't have to have any kind of a degree. They don't have to know anything. All they have to do is pass 130 hours and take a test, and that's it. Right. These people are dumb as doorknobs. Well, I'm telling you, I work with them. They are stupid.
Well, I found myself.
So it makes sense to go into real estate.
After I found out how many dollars it costs to do all that.
Yeah, so Sis Sandra, exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm only bringing this up, family, because when you're having these conversations about getting land back, number one, like Nisi Poo said, you're not finna get shit back that people are already inhabiting. That's not going to happen. So at a minimum, if you do get in where you fit in, you're going to get blank land. You have to know all the things that go into doing that. Now, is it doable? Absolutely, it's doable. But you're going to have a certain caliber of people and your crew to pull it off.
I think it would cost us $80,000. I can't remember because it's been so many years ago, but it cost about $80,000 just to develop the thing. At $8 the foot to bring the electricity in from 2 miles and to dig the well and to hook up the electricity and put the phones in, put sewer lines in, and you have to connect it to the city.
Exactly. And if the city ain't out there, then that's when the septic tanks and the rest of that stuff. And if the city ain't out there with the electric, that's gonna drive up the cost.
Exactly.
Even more. So people are not doing their due diligence. And see, these are the things that I be talking about as people are online running their mouth instead of doing their research and putting in that type of work. If you're really serious about building a nation, you got to put in that work to show something on paper.
Yes.
Write it out, write it down what you want. But when you start questioning people, they don't have the answers to this question. The only thing they can say, they own my shit, I want them off. Well, that ain't gonna happen, so now what next?
And you ain't gonna recruit me to do that shit for you either.
Hell to the no.
Or my babies, damn it.
No, hell to the no. Because to be honest, they would be better off petitioning, the city of Detroit, granting that up. At least you know that shit got sewer, it got water, it got this, that, and the third, and cleaning that shit up.
And it's cheap.
And so these are the mindsets of melanated people, because we're running from broken neighborhoods, and you want to run somewhere else to do what?
You're going to be broker and you're going to go out there.
What are you running to?
Yeah.
The responsibility. Like, they don't want.
Hear what I'm saying. You're running from a broken neighborhood that, as melanated people, you broke it. And so now you want to run somewhere where you think that these white folk and these Black European folk that got they change, they just gonna move out they shit. So you could just move in and live happily ever after. No, that's not going to be the way that's going to work.
Think South Africa, farmers.
You either going to clean up your own shit, your own said neighborhoods, or you going to get that grant and build your own shit. But either way, you got to put in some work.
Absolutely.
So this is why nothing gets done, because we don't want to look at the fundamental problems with the quote Black community. And I don't care whether it's an Indian issue. I don't care whether it's an African American issue. I don't care whether it's a Black issue. We don't want to look at the fundamental issue. If we don't have men with said skill sets, nothing is going to get done.
Facts.
So the women and children are either going to live in the fucked up neighborhood, or the women and children, based on whatever the woman can do, going to move to the white people's neighborhood or the upscale Black folk neighborhood. We have a fundamental problem in the Black community as a collective. Our men don't build. And you can't have shit without building. They can't build a foundation. So I'm just the auntie with the motherfucking scarf. Y'all can continue on arguing with each other, this, that, and the third. I'm just telling you what I see. It's not going to matter if you take that same mentality, that same structure, the same resources you depending on to some blank land that was granted to you.
Yeah, and just to my last thing, and I'm a yield. A lot of people keep talking about that there's ancestral land and heirs property and things like that. And the truth of the matter is, there's something called 9/10 of the law is possession. So if you're not actually sitting on that land, then they consider that to be land abandonment. And that's how they were able to take the land. The
take
county,
so much land. Yes.
Yes. And granted, a lot of our ancestors were pushed off their land. I was talking about this the other day. I found my great grandfather's death record. He was killed in Selma. And when I looked at the land patents just with the last name, it was a shitload of folks with that same last name with land patents in that area. So we talking 1870s. He was murdered in Selma. So what I look like telling the heirs, oh, come on, y'all, let's go back down there. They don't want to. And I'm not going to make them, and I'm not going to make them feel like shit about it either.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely.
They found their happy spot. And that's not none of my business to make them feel like crap because they don't want to go back down there.
Facts.
And so we have to recognize and respect people's truths.
Right.
And their own journeys.
Right.
Now, if you do want to go back there, then you go back there. But don't be sitting here waiting for the whole herd of Indians to come following you because it's not going to happen.
Right.
Just do you. Ricardo D said it's a lot of black builders out here. Oh, okay. Well, I can't tell with the black community as a collective. I sure in the fuck can't tell.
Where you at, Ricardo D? You gonna have to
please enlighten us. Right.
I like dealing with the buildings.
Because every time I ask these questions, when somebody throw that out there, I get an example of one city. I'm like, okay, but that's that one city. So you're telling me there's no hoods in that city, and those black builders have gotten together with other collectives to make shit happen. So yeah, please enlighten us where these black builders are. Because I literally had this conversation on Facebook with a brother. Because I was getting in his ass about black men not building. And he pulled that same line. I said, well, the last time I checked, when I had my motherfucking house built, it wasn't by no black man. He wasn't a person that bought the land, cleared the land, built the, framed the land. Matter of fact, I said white men and Hispanics built that house.
I'm looking at them right now on top of a roof.
Right.
I'm sitting outside. I'm looking at a house being built right now. It's some white folks and some Mexicans, or Hispanics. I don't want to just group them all in Mexico.
I mean, my motherfucking gardener is Hispanic. And I had a white gardener before that. So please enlighten us where these black men are that are building.
Give them my phone number. Tell them to hit me up on IG.
I will let them come on here.
Your man's in the crowd, AB.
So
he
no,
already knows.
I know, girl.
You got a few. Okay, you got a few. But I'm not here to play games with y'all. As a collective, black men don't build. You don't have the skill set.
Mindset. Skill set, something you can get.
Right, but obviously they don't want to get them. Because if they wanted to get them, they would have them.
That's why it's a mindset.
So where are these collective of builders?
Waiting for their reparations.
Waiting for the women to give them the reparations.
So again, if you have, and with black obers, I don't know what obers are. Restate what you mean.
Owners.
Okay, but we're still waiting on them examples though. Saying it and giving us examples are two different things. I'm still waiting on them example. And I'm not saying there's not any that exist. I said as a collective. So drop them receipts.
Yeah, okay, so Ricardo D, in Ricardo D's defense, Washington, D.C., they do have a lot of melanated so-called black people in, doing stuff there. But we talking about
up,
like in historical
Atlanta
areas, but like city centers. Oh, maybe not. We tag you, Brother Ricardo D, but we're speaking more so on the sense of as people are finding out that their ancestors, they call themselves the Choctaw, the mound builders, but not enough of them are building anything nowadays.
Like I said, drop them examples. I'm saying as a collective, drop them examples. Because if we had a man of builders, that's even worse. That means they have set back and not build. So either way you cut it, let's say, Rhonda, you are a liar. There's a bunch of black men builders. Well, that makes it even worse. Because what have they built? So I'm going to say again, if you all are going after this land and you get a blank patch of land, you have to have the proper people in place in order to develop said land.
Absolutely correct.
And if you do, I take my hat off to
as
you.
I am a woman, I got to go cook dinner. It's 6:30.
Yeah, and Brother Odel is on. Go on and cook dinner for them babies and nephews. So thank you for that land report. That is eye-opening. You didn't put it out there for the fam. It is what it is.
Thank you for having me, and thank you to the panel. And y'all want to reach me on IG and inbox me. You know some builders who want to do some building. Hey, I'm on IG. I'll put my IG on the thing, and y'all can hit me.
Absolutely. You breaking up, but okay, Nisi Poo. Okay. Peace and love. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I'm gonna bring in Brother Odel. He's here, but go ahead, sis. I'm your Brother Odel and
really know this.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. What you say?
I don't know if people really know this about building or remodeling. There are so many cost free fees to the county or the city.
Oh yeah.
They're going to take most of the money. And if you have schools nearby, you got to pay them too.
Absolutely. Well, anybody's a homeowner know that. You look at your property tax and what's the highest tax on that itemized property bill? It's the school taxes. And
if you're going to remodel your house, anything, they take the money up front.
Yeah, California don't play. Now,
yeah, you got
any other state, you can get away with that. Now, you can't build up or like extensively out. But California, they don't give a damn. They swing around that bitch. Let them see a ramp. You ain't permitted for that. Oh, you finna be fined.
It has to come down.
Yep.
They'll take it down or fine you daily.
Exactly.
So people need to understand when they go for those grants, go for the money too to pay all the taxes and the fees and the dumping, all of that. Even trash, you got to pay. I remodeled my house and it cost me over $10,000 for trash.
It doesn't surprise. Oh, you mean to have them remove it?
Yeah, to remodel my house, I had to pay $10,000 for trash. To remove the debris and the old debris from the old house and the new debris from the new house.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that blows your budget.
It does. And you know, as people are doing those plans, and if they're going to do any building on said vacant land, they have to factor all of that in. So you have to even know how to budget. You have to know, well, how much of a grant do you need to...
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
To build. And sis, you did remodeling, and I've done remodeling before, and what you think you gonna spend, I guarantee you gonna spend
3 times as much. 3 times as much.
And see, I was 2 times as much.
3 times. You know, my architect cost me $3,500.
And that was probably cheap, to be honest.
Back in the day, it was
that was cheap, to be honest.
2006, it was.
Yeah, because now I think they're probably up to like 10 grand to spec something out.
And he didn't even bother to come to the house.
So that's all we saying, fam. I'm certainly not trying to discourage you. If that's what you want to do and go after that, I 1000% encourage you. But just please understand, there's a lot to it. And you have to be prepared, and you have to surround, because you're not going to be able to do it by yourself. That's number one. So you have to be prepared to have people in your crew to help manage that for you. That's just the way it goes. Now, that's just to get it up and running. We're not even talking about the cost to maintain it. So if this is something that you want, you have to create it on paper first. You got to put your thoughts on paper first.
Draw it up.
Because just to be talking, no one's going to take you seriously. And it's even okay if you're not ready. But let's be realistic. Let's be realistic, and let's not leave another legacy for these babies on we're owed something and we just owed something. Create the legacy yourself. You got two routes. Flat out buy it yourself and build from that, or go to grant route and build from that. But just note, that grant route is going to be a hell of a lot more money.
And time.
And resources. So with that, I'm just straight up done. Let me bring on Odell, and then I'm going to bring on son Scotty. Brother Odell, you're unmuted. Son Scotty, you can unmute yourself as well.
Peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love, son Scotty. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just tapping in. I'm probably going to go on mute because I got stuff happening in the background.
Yeah,
but
I know you got stuff going on. Okay.
I just can't miss Brother Odell.
I know. I'm so happy he here. Because when you show up late, Brother Odell, and I'm not complaining, that just extends the auntie scarf moment. So sorry about that. All right. Okay. Nephew Antoine, are you on?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I just been sitting listening.
Okay, you okay, Sweet Pea?
Oh yeah. I was gonna comment on the construction in the building and whatnot, because I do electrical, high voltage and low voltage.
Know.
Oh yeah, just being young, doing it. Man, these folks being here, they be looking at me halfway crazy.
What, they looking at you crazy because they're not used to black men being in that type of position?
Being in that position, knowing what they're doing, and being confident and being innovative to be trying to do, like, to evolve what they have already in place. Because just me doing electrical itself, like the way they do it is so outdated, and you can tell it's just set up to tear up the land and have it in a horrible state. Mm-hmm. It's hectic. Like, just doing it alone, I'd be like, yo, this is too much just to be just getting something that simple, But you set a mouthful. Like, y'all said it. You and Aunt Sis, T Christmas, she says, like, that right there, being in that environment, and I'd be like the only 2-3 brothers that's out there. Mm-hmm. I'll be the only 2-3 brothers that's out there.
You ain't got to tell me, and that's just one construction site, whatever site you're on. It's rare. Mm-hmm. We black folks pay attention to that.
And then I'm gonna tell you the main problem that's behind the scene. The behind the scene problem is it don't be like us brothers don't want to build, especially like in my generation and younger. It be that pay. Because you will get out there, I'm talking about us and the Migos, or they'll have you slaving.
Oh yeah,
They'll have
now
you slaving.
I have heard brothers say that.
Oh yeah, they'll have you slaving.
They will treat you like shit, work the fuck out of you on them work sites. They be wanting you to quit to give it to they boys.
To quit. Exactly. And then they'll be over here. They'll have you over here, and they have like another Caucasian dude or one of they folks working on the same site. You doing the same thing. You probably got more experience than them. But they paying him way more. And he over here watching you, waiting for you to do something so he can go report it and whatnot, get you off of that site.
Right. And see what the Hispanic men do, what I was told, was they underbid everybody. And even the white men were complaining. And that's why when you see construction sites, you see, and I'm only talking about the home side. I don't know about commercial real estate and all that. I'm just giving you my experience from the home building side. You see a lot of Hispanics because they were underbidding the white men and of course the melanated men, and like the white men and them, they were in unions. So they had to pay them a certain amount of rate and give them certain amount of benefits and give them certain amount of hours. And a Hispanic men came over and underbid it. And even to the point where the white men started complaining about these construction sites being Hispanic. And that's where all of this cry about immigration came from the white man. It wasn't so much about Maria working at the hotel, cleaning rooms, or Jose working in the fields, picking fruit and all of that, because those are jobs that Americans don't want. Black folks don't want it, and white folks don't want it. But when Jose and them start getting on them construction jobs and them union jobs undercutting everybody, that's when the white man was like, oh no, this gotta stop.
You're eating his pension. That's why.
Exactly. Well, you're literally taking food out of his mouth. He can't sustain his family, because if you've trained to be an electrician and let's say the base salary for that was $50,000, okay, you're going to be able to do well. And the more experience you get, the more your salary is going to go up. You're in the middle class. But if you have a person coming in saying, I'll do that $50,000 job for $25,000.
Yeah.
How can somebody compete with that?
You lose the work.
So now let me tell you how it's going on like now in 2020. So 2022. So now, because everything is so modern, now they have multiple apps to where you can go and just put your information out on there and say you do this, and then contractors, they go on there and they're looking for basically the cheapest person. Then on top of that, you got the temp service agencies.
Oh, you got not only Georgia, aren't you?
Yeah.
They got the worst, the shittiest bill. I had my first home built in Georgia, and that's why I said I would never get another new house built before. And then when I was talking to my dad and them, they said that's because they don't have the union workers. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break your flow. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's true. They don't. That's why they have heavy like temp service agencies, and they have the temp service agencies for straight contract workers. I mean, plumbing, electrical, all that. And so when they came in the picture, they kind of messed the game up, especially over here in Atlanta, because say, for example, I go through the contractor's temp service. They automatically finna sit you down. They about to test you and see what you know off the jump.
Okay.
So they sit you down, test you, and see what you know off the jump. So that's like they had did that with me. Tested out of like 40 questions, I got 48 out of 50 correct. It was 2 of them that I did not know about, because I'm like, I never did that before. And this is just in electrical alone.
Got you.
They told me, they said, so what's the minimum that you will accept to go on the site?
You told
And I
him.
said, I told him straight up. I was like, yeah, the minimum I take is $28 an hour. Straight like that. And you know, he looked at me. He said, "Oh, I thought you was gonna say more."
See, that's why you never tell them that. Let me give you tip to negotiation with these.
Oh yeah,
fuckers.
but I just threw that out there. I just said, yeah, the minimum I take is 28
when
an
you
hour.
said 28, that motherfucker could have been offering you 45.
Yeah.
Oh no, so check this out. So he was just saying that was just far as like if he just said like, hey, we got some work. Do you want to go out here and go to this site? You know, this how much, this is the minimum that you will take. Would you go out and just go do some temporary work? This is just for temporary work.
Okay.
Now, as far as for me, like when I go out to a site and whatnot, or as far as me, I don't walk out there. I don't take no less than 60 an hour.
Okay, now we talking. Goddamn it. Now
I don't
we
take no less than 60 an hour.
Okay.
And then when they go and hire me directly, like say they want me to go out there and do wire and do whatever they do, I'm taking no less than like at the minimum, like where I'm at now, because I'm a journeyman. I take no less than $40 an hour just to be on that site, just to even start working.
Let me give you a hand clap because you know what the fuck you're doing. Exactly. And you're not going to get too many $40 an hour jobs out of me. But continue, nephew.
Yeah. Now this is the bad part, because they know your worth. Like, because they know my worth and then have me out here and they know what I do. Now this is what they do. They go and they be like, you know what? We'll just hire you for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Or a week and whatnot. Because now they know they gotta pay you, because you'll have like for example, like they doing a sky rise downtown in the city. They're hiring all they peoples for 6 to 8 months. Lock them in, contract.
Right.
Now we having you in here. Us, the independent folks, they like, okay, yeah, we can't have y'all more than a month, because they gotta pay.
Right.
And then on top of that, they know that we know what we're doing. But they know they gotta pay that money, and they can't go that cheap route. And so all the Migos, what they doing is they're going through, they using their peoples, who work in the temp services, is getting them in the temp services so they can be out there working.
And they teaching them on the job. Yeah, I've heard horror stories. Teaching them on the job and all of that. And anybody, I'm telling you, y'all be thinking them nice, pretty homes in Atlanta or all of that. I'm telling you, that shit is new. It's built like a piece of shit.
Oh, it ain't nothing but a house of cards.
It's pretty bad. And I was fortunate when I built mine. I had, my dad telling me, nope, they need to do this, need to do that. And that shit still wasn't built sturdy. That's why to this day, I don't want a new house, because that shit is garbage.
Yeah.
It's straight hot garbage.
Up in 6 months.
But that's why we're giving you the game. This is the thing. But with all of that said, at least you have a skill set that's useful.
Oh yeah, and the problem with like the younger generation, the reason why they don't want to go to like no trade school.
No,
they don't want no on the job training.
My mind, nephew.
Because that's what I went to. I went to trade school. I went to Job Corps down in Albany, Georgia.
Yeah, and everybody's not built for college. I respect that.
No, but you tried to do something yourself.
But get a trade, work on cars, do something. But all black men are geared towards is rapping and sports. And it's not realistic. And it's money to be made out there.
It is. The bad part is like, this happened to me like my early years. So when I finally got out of trade school, I immediately went straight to the IBEW. I immediately went to the union.
To the union.
Man, I walked in there, they turned me right back around. I said, why y'all turning me around? I just got out of trade school. I got all these accolades. Why you turning me around?
No too much.
Yeah, we're not taking nobody who has a record. I said, I don't have a record. I don't have no felony, none of that.
Oh, he just assumed that you had it. Damn.
And then he looked at me, he said, do you have a misdemeanor? I said from high school.
No, he didn't
said,
say.
yeah.
Oh, first it was a felony, then it dropped.
None of your
to
business
misdemeanor.
about a misdemeanor. Go.
Oh yeah, I was a misdemeanor for high school going to a party.
No, check my record. Check my record, bro. You can check my record. Nothing on there. Nothing on there.
Oh no. So check this out. He said, yeah, we're not accepting anybody with anything.
Yeah, okay.
On
bro.
there, with no matter how long it's been.
Okay, bro.
So I was like, yeah, all right. So I come back and I found out that basically they wasn't trying to let nobody, no pre-apprentice in, or nobody who can just walking off the street in. They ain't want nobody coming in.
Okay. They don't want no independence, bro.
Okay.
They ain't want nobody who was new coming in there. They wanted somebody who had already had skin in the game.
Yeah, because you know why too? Because the unions was busted up in the 80s, so they got people that they have to continue working. So in other words, if I've been in the union for 5-10 years and you can't keep me constantly working, what the hell are you bringing new people in when you can't keep me working? Because again, they're trying to compete against the Hispanic crew that's underbidding them as a union.
Yeah, it's a grievance.
So that's what's really going on. So when people talk about immigration, when white men scream about immigration, they're screaming about those blue collar jobs that they are being underbidded for. Now, tech is a separate story. You had white men screaming about that, but the only snap is, even with them bringing in immigrants for tech, it's still not enough of them, and they can't cut it because.
Oh, I don't see none of them in tech, because I do tech too. I do low data. I mean,
yeah,
low
well, it's not Mexicans in tech, but it's the Indian from India. Yeah, it's them, but they can't even fulfill and sustain those jobs because
they're lazy.
No, they're not lazy. They're smart, but they're not smart enough. I'll put it that way.
That's it. They don't got that common sense.
They don't know it. Now I'm the woman that manages those engineers that do the work, and I be looking like, well, why the fuck did you do it that way, bro? Of course, I can't say it. But so that's the only thing that's saving tech. Why white men are still dominating tech, but that blue collar stuff, that's why they're upset about immigration.
And then with me, so check this. Well, not just with me. I'm sorry, it's like us, the young ones. So like I said, I do low data. I do all the data, all the internet, all. I'll go to these different places. They're like, wow, you know how to do both ends. I'm like, correct. Yeah, we want you to come in and work with us. We'll start you off at, almost 6 figures. I'm like, okay. Yeah, can you get vaccinated?
Oh no.
Yeah,
we
can you get vaccinated?
You can go fuck
yourself. Can you show proof that you're fully vaccinated, sir?
Oh yeah, they want proof. They want documentation.
Oh yeah, they want documentation.
Oh, they want all
but they're dropping that now in tech.
They dropping that like
folks are like, look, you can go on with that bullshit. I mean, y'all need me way more than I need you. So they've literally started backing down from that. And I have been telling people for 20-something years, get into tech. It's not going in anywhere. I've been begging Black people to get into tech. Now, some of them I've got in myself through the help desk, and I've seen their career grow. But that has not been Black people's interest. They go to every field, and now those fields are dying out because finance, insurance, all that shit is dying out. And now they're playing catch up. Now they have to go to the trade schools, to tech, to try to play catch up. And Black people still aren't doing it enough. And
they about to have the robots out there on the construction site.
Yeah, and driving the trucks too.
Yep,
a brother truck driver put me up on that shit years ago. He said, driving yeah, Rhonda, because he's an independent truck owner. And he told me that years ago. He said, yeah, Rhonda, I'm going to have to find something else. I said, well, why you say that, blah, blah, blah. He said, and he sent me the article. I said, wait a minute, they're getting ready to automate trucking? He said, yeah.
Wow.
So
Yeah, they're automating trucking. They're starting to automate the construction, the construction sites as far as operating the all the heavy machinery. They finna start using the robots to do like the painting. The only thing that I have not seen them start pushing the robots for is in tech, because you still got to have a person behind the scenes.
Yeah, because we got to program the robots.
Exactly.
So that ain't going nowhere. Now they are making the robots smarter to program themselves, but still, you still got to have somebody behind the scenes doing that. And they're struggling with that AI stuff. Don't let them fool you.
Yeah, they're struggling bad.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about. I be looking at, I'm like, motherfucker, what? I mean, look at Facebook. They try to implement something. I'm like, how the fuck y'all gonna talk about some metaverse and you do a simple upgrade and your shit crash? All right then, y'all got some work to do.
But no,
oh, you know what? I'm glad you said that. They just dropped the article about how you can live up to 150 years more by transferring yourself into the metaverse.
Of course, right?
Oh, that's that movie Upload on Amazon Prime.
Oh, yeah, they just dropped the article about it like this past week.
Child, it don't surprise me. It don't surprise me.
Transferring yourself into the meta. I had the screenshot. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to send this to Auntie Rhonda. Like she was gonna be laughing and scratching her head.
Yeah, because I mean it is what it is, family. So I know this auntie moment was long, but all we're saying is if you're running around here asking for stuff and demanding and saying what you want, you have to have it planned out. Because if we're gonna be real about this shit, Black folks are still behind the ball, even with this whole reparation shit and asking for land. You're still really behind the curveball because the entire world economy is changing again.
Mm-hmm.
It is literally now. Nephew just ran through all of them industries that they're automated. There's going to be billions of job losses across the world. So they're going to push a welfare system anyway, because most people are not going to be able to sustain themselves because they have service jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So literally, when I be up here with my scarf telling you have to be a builder, I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Essential
and it's not hard, y'all. I'm telling y'all.
Electricity ain't going nowhere. Now they may
hard.
upgrade it, but this man has a skill set that shit ain't going nowhere.
Nope.
Like I'm telling y'all, it's not hard. I'm telling you, the hardest part about it is literally getting in it. That's the hardest part, is actually getting out here and securing contracts with different businesses and whatnot, and basically just getting your name out there. Once you get your name out there, once you do that first job correctly, and that person start referring you, it's gonna be a straight downhill trickle from there. But you just gotta be consistent with it, and like they say, like you have to have a solid team, which you gotta have solid individuals who not only do they know what they're doing, but they care about what they're doing. Yeah. Because you gotta have your money right, because you gotta be going in there, going to these, getting these contracts, and you gotta be making sure that you in budget with what you're trying to get, or have that contract set up to where they're paying for the budget. Have everything set up with your team, exactly what you're doing and how you're gonna do it, and constantly be consistent with that, and make sure that everybody's funds is correct, and not be playing people on their funds, because a lot of these dudes, like they'll lose young dudes. I'm talking about my younger brother age, 22, 23, who can just do it All you gotta do is show them one time. They know how to do it. And they be losing them boys because you not paying them. You paying them $13, $14, $15 an hour at the most. And you trying to make them in their mind think that money is suffice. But they done calculated by that first time you told them how much you paying them, how much they get in a week, and how much they can and how they can make that within a day, going out here doing something, scamming, going out here trapping, doing whatever.
Right.
I literally be around dudes. I know like 5 dudes. They younger than me. I'm 30. They 28, 29, 27, and they know how to do carpentry. They know how to paint. They know how to do all that. And they be like, man, I'm not doing that stuff no more. I'm like, why not, bro? Because them folks don't be trying to pay me, bro. I'll go to work sites and be working with dudes, and they'll be over here bull crapping with money. And it be brothers. It be brothers who be running the work site, and then the younger brothers come in and they be trying to dick them off on their money.
Oh, that's sad.
Them white dudes will pay you.
Yeah.
Them white folks, they'll pay you.
Stick with it, brother. Stick with your trade, and you're going to get what you need. It's a career. You don't start out at the top. And this is a great question by this sis. She says, how can you give advice on how to succeed as a Black woman in tech? Well, if you're starting at the very beginning in tech, I suggest you go for a help desk job. Go for a help desk job and just start learning all of the facets of tech. So you have the help desk, the first level help desk support. Then you move into the second level where you can, behind the scenes, you learn that particular application that you're supporting so well that you can start to solve those problems. Then you can go 2 routes. You can split off. You can either go the route of being a junior coder, they call them developer, where you're help writing the applications, or you can go the route where I'm at on the project management side, where you can either and that's even a level. You start out as something called an analyst, a business analyst. So if somebody wants to build an application, you go and talk to the group that wants to build it, and you literally write down everything they want in that application. Those are called requirements. And you translate those requirements to the dudes or the women that are going to build it. And then you can build up from there to a project manager, which I'm at, where you run the entire project. So you can absolutely do it. It's just steps and levels to do it. So even with certifications and stuff, let's say you get certified, let's say in Microsoft stuff, the networking stuff. That's even a route. You can get yourself in the door that way. But I'm telling you, they're begging, they're screaming for tech people. So it's no excuse for folks to say that they don't know what they can do for a career, if you stay in tech a good 3-4 years, I guarantee you're going to start making some serious money. And when you come in the door, you ain't coming in the door as no chump change. We literally had a gentleman still in college, and he was interning for the summer, and he got paid $25 an hour. Nice. As an intern. So you can do it. It's plenty of money out there to be made. You have to pick a career, pick a trade. You can do it. You don't have to live in poverty. You don't have to do it.
Poverty is a mindset.
It absolutely is a mindset. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to be one of those spiritual people that sit up here and say, oh, well, money is a concept. It absolutely is. But with that motherfucking said,
read all that.
And until and I'm putting this on to me, and you build me a system where my yellow ass don't have to get up out here and work. I'm going to be getting my money. I'm not going to sit in poverty based on some construct.
No.
Right.
Get your bag.
And you don't have to do it. I'm telling the younger generation, you don't have to do it. Get your career and build around your family and get with like-minded people and build strong neighborhoods and keep expanding out. Do business with each other.
Good business.
Don't follow in the footsteps of the prior generations where you got one side that's hoteppers, other side that's street, other side that's corporate. You all can do this. The ball is in your court. And quite frankly, I apologize for our generation failing you all at that point with this motherfucking confusion.
Thank you.
So do your thing. Get your bag. You can get your bag. You can get your bag. Honestly, black men, you don't have to be out in them streets. Don't get caught up out in them streets and get you no record, because that's going to fuck you up for the rest of your life. You're lucky if you can come out with some type of record and get a good job. And it ain't even like the black folks that are in good jobs. We be trying to get people in, but most of the times it's because they either don't qualify or they got a fucking record. And mainly with the men, it's first thing I say, well, you know, such and so is hiring. Give me your resume. If you don't have a resume, let me know. I can help you get it together. Well, can I have a felony? Damn, nope, you can't have a felony. Don't get caught up in those streets. It's a trap. It's a trap, and you already know where you're going to be led to, the graveyard or prison.
Both.
If you can avoid it, don't rush to have children. You got time. Get your skill set in order. You don't have to live in poverty. You don't have to go down the cycle that's been going for generations to generation. You don't have to do it. You all have the aptitude. Go out there and get it. They literally don't have enough Americans to fill these jobs. Why shouldn't you step in and get it? And anybody else that's talking that bullshit, well, why are you talking about working? Until the black men can build my yellow ass a system where I don't have to go on a 9 to 5 and hump and provide for myself, I'm going to keep talking my shit. Now, unless you want to fund me, not in the motherfucking way you want to fund me the way I'm fucking accustomed to.
Go fund that.
And I'm going to put your ass on a contract for that. I don't want to fucking hear it. But we don't have to live like this. We should, quite frankly, we should be tired of it. Because what we have been doing up to this point, the shit ain't working. It's getting worse.
Got comfortable.
So the next generation, don't do it. Fuck what these old heads talking about. Go get your bag. Take care of yourself and your family. And if you have extra to give, you do what you feel first. But you and your family comes first. Yes, sir, nephew.
Yeah, I'm going to tell y'all straight up. They not only want those who coming fresh out of college and whatnot, they want those they want them self-taught ones.
Absolutely.
They want those who sitting, because Scotty had dropped something. They want those who sitting over there, who researching it, who got the liking to it, and over here is self-teaching themselves, because those the ones who gonna jump off and create the new next thing.
Exactly.
So all y'all gotta do, even if you don't want to go the route of going to school or going to trade school, if you can go online, go on the computer, go on YouTube and just sit there and pay attention and learn it, and then you go out there and you show what you done learned, oh, they go crazy for them.
Absolutely.
Because they go crazy for them because I be doing that. And they be just like, man, how long you been doing this? And I be like, I really ain't been doing this long. I've been really on and off and whatnot.
Exactly. And those
they be looking at me like I'm crazy.
People. I mean, when I went to college, I didn't go to college for tech. I self-taught myself. Let me run that shit for the slow motherfuckers in the back. I didn't go to college for tech. It was for business. I was bored out of my fucking mind. And the tech dudes came to me and was like, all right, Rhonda, look at this. Tell me what you think about this. And I would be sitting there testing that shit. This bullshit, move this here, do this. And it was the white boys that told me, you're pretty good at this. You should go into tech. I said, well, where do I get started? They said, you can become a tester or you could go on the help desk. It was the white boys that told me. I came in the game fucking self-taught. Each level, I taught myself. They wasn't giving up that motherfucking information. And this was before YouTube. I'm like, bitch, fuck you. I'm finna learn this. I literally self-taught. So he's absolutely right. The baddest people in the game are the self-taught. It takes those coming out of school, it takes them a while to catch up because they got to get the work experience. Then they got to get the practical experience. I'm like, okay, I know that's what they taught you in school. That's some motherfucking bullshit. This is what I'm telling you. Now I need you to tell me how you're going to do this. So he's absolutely right. The baddest motherfuckers are self-taught. Tech need people so bad, they don't even care if you have a fucking degree. You just need to walk in that bitch and be able to write that motherfucking code, baby.
We literally got one dude, like the electrical company that I be working with. They got this one dude to where every time we go to a different site, he's doing the programming for all the WAPs and whatnot. That's wireless, wireless adapters and whatnot. Wireless adapters, things and whatnot. The things that be sitting in the ceiling in buildings that be for the Wi-Fi. That's what that is. We got one dude who do that. One dude, and you don't see him. You hear his name. You don't talk to him. None of that. They send him the program.
In their own little world. Them developer guys. Only time they hear from me is, okay, what's your status on such and such? So what do you need? Do you understand what you doing? They be in their own motherfucking world. I don't fuck with them. Long as they getting their work done on time and it's done correctly.
And he not even in the US. He over in Hawaii.
Nope.
He over on the island.
Exactly. That's how cold the game is. Absolutely.
Okay, and not only have I, and this is the cold part. This ain't the first time I heard his specific name. I heard his name 4 times from 4 different companies that have not even worked with each other.
Yeah, that's. I mean, tech people are so in demand. I cannot tell you every day. People are sending me emails about different jobs every fucking day. Not a day goes by somebody is not sending me a job. So I'm telling y'all don't have to, you can really set your life up good. And if you're going to navigate in their system, that's just the way it has to be. So go on and do you. Try not to get yourself caught up in no fuckery, no bullshit. Try not to have children early. So that won't slow you down. And that's especially women, because more than likely you're going to be stuck with that baby. And that's going to put extra on you. Set yourself up comfortably. and you get around like-minded people and build. And anybody that's talking that bullshit, if they're not on your level and can't match what you have, you don't have to be bothered with them. Trust me, I done been there, done that, got the receipts. They're not going to do shit. Live your life for you and your family. You owe nobody nothing. You owe yourself and your family. Don't let the black community run this motherfucking game on you. I'm going to say that again. You owe nobody nothing but yourself and your family. And once you get straight, once you get solid, if you want to link up with other good people, link up with them on your same level and make other things happen. Do business with each other. It's just that simple. I keep telling you all, a lot of people are going to get left behind. That is their choice. So although I talk spirituality shit, this is the other side of spirituality. You have to create the shit you want. So, all right, we definitely finna get Brother Odel in. And I apologize, Brother Odel. I had to do the auntie moment. Shit, I don't want these babies out here with this bullshit. That's just the bottom line. I'm going to shoot straight from the hip. And I don't give a goddamn who don't like it. So, all right, Brother Odel, we really ready. In my defense, I did unmute you a bunch of times. So I just kept talking because you wasn't ready to come on. So I've unmuted you again. If not, Sis Sandra, raise your hand if you want to come back on. So, let me see. Yeah, it's hard to find like-minded people, Brother James. Absolutely. That's why I be knowing what I'm talking about. I'm like, y'all can miss me with the motherfucking bullshit.
NPCs everywhere.
Shit. We be knowing what we talking about. It's hard to find like-minded people. Absolutely.
And them folks don't be wanting to work.
No, they
don't be
want
wanting to
you
work.
to fund their big ideas. Let me run that for the slow ones in the back. They want you to fund their big ideas. Now, that's not how this works. And a big idea that's not even thought all the way out. Do you know how many hoteppers have scammed millions of dollars out of the black community that they have literally pissed off? Because it wasn't about what they were trying to do. What it was about was power and laying up with women.
Mm-hmm.
So
you know how many hoteppers I met that can't change no tire?
Child, let me tell you something. If you a man and you can't change a tire, I promise you, we done.
You know how many men I met, hoteppers, who can't even change no oil or don't just know how to do some basic. They be, my lady be looking at me because she
we're done. And you broke? Okay, so let's say you don't know how to do that. And you broke too? So I got to get in the car. Ain't no gas in that. Oh, well, bae, you ran out the gas. Well, bae, that's why I got you. Put some gas in this motherfucking truck. Okay, you know it's time for the oil to be changed. You know the tires need to be inflated. The tires need to be rotated.
Change.
It's a lot of men, and I didn't grow up like that, so it's fucking me up. I don't know what the fuck you do. Oh, well, we don't have nothing. And you piss poor broke.
Well, Auntie, this is where the single mother schism comes from, because no men in the house.
I 1000% agree with you. I 1000, and I can't teach him as a woman.
Yeah, so it's fine.
I can't, and so that goes back to men have to be responsible, and women. That's why I'm telling you, you have to be responsible too. Because you ain't supposed to be fucking nobody that you broke. You have no type of semblance of a skill set. You can't change a tire. I told y'all one of my cousins had to divorce a nigga that wouldn't get up out the bed when her tire was flat. So this shit is just, it's not acceptable. And now you got this new breed that feel they can just sit online and talk shit and think that's supposed to make me want you. Okay, well that's all fine and good, nigga, but can you swing this hammer? Oh, you can't swing the hammer, so run me that card. Oh, you have no card to run me? So what fucking use are you?
My name's Tyrone.
And how this is acceptable to women is just beyond me. And I don't give a fuck if that's all that's out there, because I'm believing that mostly that's all that's out there. Guess what? That means, and if brothers don't want to hear that, you better go get you another race that can do something for you, or you just gonna be celibate altogether. But to be laying up next to a motherfucker just to be laying up to a motherfucker, I've never understood that.
That's what's causing the issues, yeah.
That's exactly what's causing the issue. Because, see, bro, we ain't got to argue about no child support. We ain't got to argue about whether you feel the baby is yours. We ain't got to go through none of that because you ain't get no pussy.
Facts. Sorry.
And, you know, I just got to be graphic with the shit.
No, it's true.
It's no argument. So you ain't got to worry about being in no position. You think I'm taking advantage of your motherfucking funky, stinking ass over $50 a week of child support because you ain't getting no pussy no way. And that's literally women how you have to be with these motherfuckers.
But it's glitz and glamour now. It's about the jewelry. It's about the bling, where it should have been about
the scam life, scammers.
Yeah.
Even there.
And they fuck around and have a child by somebody that got jewelry or whatever. They in that street life, whatever the motherfucking case may be. And they ain't took care of their other children.
Trap.
No, fuck all of that. No, what type of character do these people have? And quite frankly, they don't even pass the basic manhood test. And how the fuck is that acceptable? So we can solve this issue. And I'm going to be real quite frank with you. Women, a lot of it is going to be on us. You just going to have to start cutting motherfuckers off. Just start cutting them off. Let them kill. I don't give a fuck about them kicking and screaming. Just cut them off. Because they running around here like they deserve something. You don't fucking deserve no pussy. I'm sorry.
You're not even out here working, bro.
Right. And what part of the game, they got folks all the way fucked up. Y'all done made it so bad, you got ugly, crunchy, roach-ass niggas talking shit. And I be online looking like, nigga, do you see how you look? You out here looking like a whole motherfucking roach and you got requirements? Who's fucking you? Y'all have made it so bad that you got ugly dudes talking shit.
Because those ugly dudes got a job now. That's what it is.
And most of them still don't have it.
Them ugly dudes be in that tech.
Right, that's what I mean. That's why they can talk shit.
They be in that tech, for real.
Shit.
Like, oh, I can buy you your Uber. Yeah, I can. One of them crab legs girls.
Not them crunchy niggas online. They don't be in tech.
Oh, okay, that's what you mean.
Yeah, not them crunchy niggas. Because the dudes online, the dudes in tech, they can get somebody.
Yeah, okay, you're making a difference. I got you now.
They're not. Let me run this for the crunchy roach motherfuckers in the back.
Online.
Online. The dudes in tech, they're not pissing, whining, and moaning about getting anybody.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because they have the means to sustain a family.
Right.
They're not pissing and whining. I don't know not one. And let's be clear, I don't see a lot of black men in tech.
Facts.
But they're not pissing and whining and moaning. So I'm going to say it again for the crunchy roach motherfuckers in the back. If you're pissing, whining, and moaning about submission and getting a woman and this and that, something wrong with you, bruh. Something is wrong with you. So ain't nobody trying to hear that bullshit. So women, you have the right. You do the selection round this bitch. It's just the end of story. And if that dude ain't for you, he ain't for you. Because one thing, contrary to the crunchy roach motherfuckers online, I don't know not one woman that can't get no dick. Not a one. So you can say what you want to say about her. I mean, women, drop me a line in the chat if you can't get no dick.
Drop your drawers.
Because I could tell you dick is a phone call away, nigga. So contrary to the crunchy roaches talking that shit, I don't know not one woman that can't get no dick.
Good dick, though.
So y'all can miss me with that bullshit. We've been offered dick since we was 12. So get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Women don't let these niggas run no game on you. They're the ones always in search of some hoo-ha, not the other way around.
That's true.
Because men that can get it, they ain't pissing, whining, and complaining. Men that can't, that's crunchy ass roaches, are online complaining.
Or in Walmart, stocking.
And when you get to a certain point where you're beyond that, then you start looking for a quality mate.
Mindset.
And that's a different game. And to get a quality mate, you have to be a fucking quality person. I'm going to roll that back. To get a quality mate, you have to be a quality person.
Yeah. Act like a lady.
You cannot expect a man to be a six-figure man, whatever the motherfucking case be, and you ratchet. That just ain't go well. You're gonna be in a relationship, but it ain't gonna be the relationship that you want. You cannot expect a woman that's of quality to be with you and you don't have shit to offer her. You think your ragged ass conversation and your raggedy ass dick. Now, I want to remind you, I can dial up dick anytime, nigga. I could, okay, all right, what my motherfucking ex doing? I can't remember. Is he in a relationship? Okay, what that nigga doing that been trying to hit me up for like... So what the fuck can you offer her of quality? So stop playing these games. Because that's all y'all doing. Don't let these old heads sit here and talk this shit to y'all. They ain't even with nobody.
Yeah, that's a fucked up when people give advice and they're not in a relationship. Like, what the fuck?
It's like, and that's even okay if you're not in a relationship, but tell the shit the way it is. Don't sit up here and sabotage young folks
Have a track record.
that's trying to live their life and be fucking in love. Oh man, fuck these hoes. What, nigga, wasn't you just begging your old lady back that Ben had kicked you out 10 years ago that don't want shit to do with you?
That's why we say fuck them.
Aren't you behind the scenes begging your old lady? Don't let these old heads corrupt you. Don't let a old head ass mammy say you supposed to take a nigga's shit He's supposed to whoop your ass. He's supposed to cheat on you. Oh, well, you know, if you got to help him, he can't pay the bills. He's okay. Don't let these old ass mammies that pissed away their life with a no good ass degenerate ruin your life.
Yeah.
You deserve better. You deserve, at a minimum, someone on your level. I'm going to run that for the slow ones in the back.
Pull that up.
You deserve, at a minimum, someone on your own level, not to pull a man up. That is not your fucking job to pull a man
resonating.
up.
About to resonate.
That's what you deserve. You have a right to step over their motherfucking degenerate body and keep it moving. Doesn't fucking matter what the black community says. Don't waste your youth. Shit.
Give thanks.
All right. So what are you saying, Nisi Pooh? Okay, I think Brother Odell and went to sleep. I didn't try to unmute him about 5-6 times. So we may have to pick up next week. What you say, Nisi Pooh? Let me go back. You talking about some... I'm not putting that up there. I'm not putting that up there. You a mess. You are definitely a mess.
Yes, those frequencies be harmful. Yeah, you're right.
Right. I'm not putting that up there. Shit. You won't get me cussed out. So
that's what I mean. Look how easily we're replaced, Auntie. See how easy we're replaced?
And see, I wasn't even saying that. And you know, who wants to go that route to have to break out some toys? Niggas need to get their shit together.
Well, it's not even that. It's not the same, Auntie.
Of course not. I mean, everybody deserves love. You deserve love where you can get it. But what I've been seeing is a lot of using. Yeah. People want to use people up. They want to get more than they're willing to give, and it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
And it's on both sides, because you have gals that want to use men for as much as they can, use their pussy for a bank account, a credit card. Then there's guys that are trying to do the same with their dicks, right? So.
Well, guys, you can't do it with your dick, because your dick is not worth that. Sorry, fellas.
Well, you got the lower level girls. Okay, you're top shelf. You're top shelf.
Bitches, y'all out here paying for dick.
Yes.
You out here paying for dick. Child.
Told you the bar's set low, Mom. The bar's set low.
You paying for dick, sisters? Child.
But offset those gas prices. So.
I'm telling you, fam, y'all deserve better. Don't make the same mistakes that my generation made. And the only reason that our young men are so lost is because you have fathers that have failed them. I'm just gonna keep it motherfucking real.
Oh, that's for real. I can vouch for that one.
You have fathers that failed them. And it doesn't matter whether the mom showed up on time and did the best she could, or if the mom was, not a great mother. Bottom line,
you're supposed to be a mother.
Men have to show their young boys how to be men.
Facts.
Yeah.
They have to show them what the man code is.
Exactly. How to deal with a woman, not how to deal with girls.
Not only how to deal with a woman, but how to operate as a man in society.
Well, yes. How to get a job.
Like this one comment, watching my pops break down and fix stuff allowed me to transfer that knowledge to the tech world. He had to see a man do that.
Yeah. We're not just a paycheck.
So the next generation, millennials, don't be listening to these toxic ass old heads. Don't do it. You all deserve more.
I think that's where it comes from, because some guys think that they're only there for a paycheck and not realizing that their actual presence has value.
Right. Right. Now, I don't know too many that are making said paycheck that's the only value that they feel that they have.
No, but there are girls that only want men for what they can do, for the men can do for them.
I totally get that, but that's part of that pimp hole culture.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Not every woman is on that mindset. Let me do the best that I can do and let's say make his life better. Some women are on the effect of, no, how can I get my life good through him, in a sense.
Agreed.
So that's where we have a breakdown. We got to get that mindset out. No, what can you do
agreed. But again, there's not enough men that are on their grind.
That's facts.
There's not enough men on their grind. So
I agree with that.
Women, I say I don't give a fuck if it's 2 men on their grind that's left in the Black community and they're already taken, or let's say they got a bunch of women that they're messing around with. Still take care of you. Fuck what the Black community is talking about. If you want a family, if that requires you going to another race, you got to do what the fuck you got to do.
So, Auntie, you're not with the polygamy? If there was one
man...
Hell
no, I cut a nigga's throat. Who?
One man left, Auntie. Come on, do it for
No, nigga. You not the only... my young sisters, millennials. Fuck that polygamy shit, too. Black men are not the only men on the planet with a swinging dick. So since Black men, you can't step it up, and it's only 2 men left, and they into polygamy, or the rest available men into polygamy, if you want a family you want to make, go get you someone on your equal level or above. You don't have to put up with that.
Yeah, I feel it.
What the fuck I look like round here? Who?
And that's the thing coming
Hell
up, man.
No.
That's
yeah, you goddamn right, yes, that's. You motherfucking right, I ain't doing no polygamy, sigmigamy, none of that shit, no. Show not. Y'all got me fucked up. Step up, Black men. Why the fuck polygamy my option?
Because I'm a king. I'm supposed to have a concubine, Auntie.
Shit, I'll slit your motherfucking throat. Polyg on that. Fuck I look like round this bitch. Polygamy.
Standing in line.
Hell yeah. The way my
this not your night. This not your night. You gotta wait until
and my hoo-ha is supposed to wait until you done jumped off somebody else's hoo-ha, and nigga, you got it fucked up. I don't know how that whore wash, none of that.
It's community dick.
It's community dick at the end of the day.
That's what it is.
See, y'all got the game fucked up. That's you all's fault that there's not enough available men for Black women to mate up with.
No, that's true. I know what you mean. It's not really a problem down that level. We got to fix the other way.
Exactly. So don't get upset when Black women like, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to go on and get with these other races. Don't get upset. Well, what you talking about? Some dial a dick thing face? Just saying, what does that hurt? That I said dial a dick? Does that sting? I'm just telling you for sure that a woman don't ever have to be without sex. And you got these young boys running around here thinking that a woman has to be. I'm giving women game. Fuck what he talking about, women. If I'm wrong, drop me in the comments and tell me I'm fucking wrong. No, I'm not dialing the motherfucking thing back. Because men have ran game on these young girls too much.
That's the only place you can run it. Less experience.
And since we 12, you got men running after you.
Facts.
And I'm not advocating for young girls to do this. I'm telling you facts. I'm telling you facts. I don't give a fuck that you don't want to hear it. I'm telling you facts. A woman will never have to beg or go search for a penis. It is a phone call away if that's the way she wants to roll.
And she can get paid if she wants to, so it's not even a...
So now, if y'all don't want it that way, then give these young girls some quality men where they can be in healthy, sustainable relationships. Or they're going to the other side and date outside of their race. And I guarantee you, I will not degrade them in one fucking bit.
No. Because they're just trying to be happy.
Exactly. They're trying to be happy. So now, if you black men feel that strong about it,
that's the funny
where am I accountable? Motherfucker, where you accountable?
If you don't want the man, if you don't want her to be
where
with
the fuck you accountable?
Yourself to be with her.
Help me to understand what the fuck black men have built. You talk about accountability. Who are raising these children?
Mm-hmm.
Who been raising these children for the past 30, 40 fucking years? I fucking dare you get in my comments. Talking about some where am I accountable, bitch?
Oh, goddamn.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm calling you out your name because that's the same dusty ass topics and talking points that you niggas use. And when I asked you what have you built, when I asked you where are your assets, as a collective, you can't fucking tell me.
It's not Gucci. It's not
so don't ask me what the fuck I'm accountable for. What have you done in a patriarch society that's built for you? And if it ain't built for you, nigga, go build one. My accountability is picking the best mate for myself and my future children. How about that accountability? That's what I'm accountable for. So dropping the motherfucking account in there what you're supposed to be doing. Yeah, you right. You motherfucking right. It is perfect, bitch. It's perfect. You motherfucking right it is. You're goddamn right it is. Show ain't contributed to none of the dysfunctional. Show in the fuck. That's why I could sit here with my scarf and talk that shit, nigga. Because I followed the blueprint that my mama and my daddy, yes, my motherfucking daddy, I had two. A biological daddy and a stepdaddy. And a stepdaddy that got up every motherfucking day to go to work to make sure his household was taken care of, including me, his stepdaughter. I followed the motherfucking blueprint that they laid out for me, bitch. So no, there is no stain on my record contributing to any dysfunction. That's why I can sit here and talk that shit, nigga. So now drop in the chat on what you have done for contribution and what you are accountable for and what's your responsibility as a man. See, I got time today, and you got the right motherfucking one.
Oh, Del, where you at?
Yeah, I know. You messing with the wrong motherfucking one. I'm not the one, the two, or the three. Because y'all want to categorize black women, but nigga, I ain't that. Shit, fuck out of here with that bullshit. You goddamn right I'm on my high horse, bitch. What about it? And Can you match? Do you got a high horse to ride up on and match me, bitch? You don't. That's why you in the comment section hollering, pussy popping, and all of that. Because you mad saying what I won't accept, what I have not accepted, and telling these young girls what not to accept. Because again, men that's on they shit, they ain't got a problem with nothing that I said.
And we don't want those type of women anyways.
So you goddamn right. That don't hurt me either. You right, my mouth loud, but bitch, guess who comment section you in?
Who's poop? Who's pussy you put up?
Oh, that part. Bitch, guess who comment section you in? And why you triggered. And I said what the fuck I said, nigga. If you don't make the cut, you don't make the cut. And you don't make the cut, obviously. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. All right, so Brother Odel done went to sleep on us. So I'm sorry, Brother Odel. Come back next week. And we'll
can you
get
unmute?
into that. I'm sorry. Huh?
And can you unmute sister, please?
I just did. I just unmuted sis. To my mouth just loud, dusty ass bastard. I was like, go ahead, sis. Shit, niggas be killing me.
You know, Brother Shaw, what do you get, Brother Shaw?
I could talk my shit.
I'm gonna talk in Uncle Sean's calm voice.
Shit, fuck him. I'm sorry,
for the ascended masters in training. If it doesn't apply to you, then you shouldn't be mad.
But obviously it applies. Because that nigga got triggered when I said, I'll cut your motherfucking throat talking about polygamy.
He rubbed it in his face.
He been triggered ever since then. And now, nigga, you ain't running that game on me. And you, young girls, don't let them niggas run that game on you. Nope.
Try to tell you that.
Please don't. And if you are letting that game get ran on you, then use a damn fool in 2022.
Shit.
Period.
Oh, no.
Period.
This goes back to Auntie Sandra when she was talking about that girl that ran that game on the freaking pastor or whatever it was.
Yeah, but that's rare. Ain't no woman giving no 10 bands.
No, but it's the taking of the 10 bands. Not given, the taking of. Where she took it from. Man like that.
Oh, she gave it.
Yeah.
She gave it.
It was probably part of her divorce. Like, if she got a divorce, she probably got some funds or something.
And she shouldn't even done that. That's even wrong. Now, I do know some people who, women who, old man, they got a nice divorce settlement. And they let somebody, because they did it themselves. They got their little divorce settlement ran through by some man running game on them. And I'm like, sus. So, yeah, that does happen.
No, she wasn't divorced. He divorced. They didn't go through. They didn't finally get divorced.
Right.
He left her because.
And that's the thing that don't be right, Sis Sandra, because I'm sitting up here as a woman saying she was wrong. That shit is wrong. And so I'm not even sitting up here advocating for women and their wrongness. I am fair and balanced. I really am. I'm not going to uphold women in wrongness. That shit was wrong. It was disrespectful to her husband.
Yes.
And no regard for her family. That shit was wrong.
Yeah, that's a big.
So men can't come and run this motherfucking game to me. Oh, you on your high horse, you this. Nigga, I don't want to hear that. Because I'm fair and balanced. Either you got it or you don't. If the shit don't apply, it is what it is, nigga. Let it float. Float on. No, but if it apply, I can't help that, bruh.
You gotta beat that horse, Auntie. Because those are men that try to fake it like, oh, they're men, like they're alphas.
And that's not an alpha male.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta beat those horses.
Shit, and you want to sit up here and get motherfucking in it? Well, your record ain't bitch, it's squeaky clean. I can motherfucking guarantee you that.
You shouldn't even care about your motherfucking record.
I guarantee exactly, because I ain't fucking you, but I can guarantee you it's squeaky clean.
It should only matter if he's trying to get that. And he ain't on that court, so
because
that's why you need that detachable shower head so you can get it squeaky clean.
child, let me tell you, you think I'm finna be sitting up here disease-free, minding my motherfucking business, living a certain lifestyle for a rusty, rundown, crunchy-ass roach rolling up to me, telling me what I have to accept? No, I ain't going to cuss you out. And if you
all the shower heads
step to me with violence, you're going to get your throat cut. I wasn't raised that way. That's just the bottom line. And women don't have to accept that. Find you one that will accept it. This shit is simple. You can find somebody to run that game on that's going to accept it. But don't be sitting up here getting mad at me because I'm spitting game.
No, but you're ruining the flex because now you're teaching all the young gals.
Yeah. I be sitting at well, it don't matter if he don't have this and he don't have young girls. And I be like, no, your mom is teaching you wrong. It does matter. Yeah. It does matter. And especially it really matters when you the one either went to trade school or you didn't started your own beautician shop from the bottom up. You didn't started your own nail shop. You didn't went to school. You put in that fucking hard work to get where you at. Yes, it matters. How the fuck you gonna let me outman you? It matters.
Now, on the other end, if you are a crunchy roach man, you need to stop thinking you about to get with a sister who got her shit together.
And they be the main ones hot under the mud. Oh, bitch, you think you too good? Nigga, I am. Yeah.
There are some crunchy roach girls out here. And
but they don't want the crunchy roach girls.
And you can build your empire together.
Shit.
If you're both go build it together. Because it can't be one-sided. It's going to have to be balanced.
It has to be whole.
Yeah.
You all are supposed to be making each other whole.
Exactly. So
and women, you gotta leave these niggas behind. And I don't care if that's been your baby daddy and you came on the come up and he still not doing what he's supposed to do. Leave that nigga behind.
Men do the same thing. If the gal them don't got sense,
leave her behind. I don't have an issue with that. Now take care of your babies.
That's the babies. We don't fuck around with the babies. No.
You leave their ass behind, and if they trifling in the motherfucker, get custody of your babies.
We take the babies with us.
I'm an advocate for that. If they're crusty and dusty, get custody of your babies.
You remember when men used to use the phrase that we grew apart together?
Right. I'm like, oh,
no,
okay.
It's not you. It's me.
Okay. I mean, your feelings may be hurt. But shit, well, okay, well, niggas, you don't want me no more. You don't want me no more. Go on your way. All right,
Jim Brown did that to his wife. They had 5 kids.
Yeah.
But it's true, Anthea. It's true though. Like what we thought you were, what we thought we wanted, isn't what it turned out to be. Let's say it like that.
And that's okay. That's called life. That's called life. You outgrow each other. That's okay. Yeah, that's called life, but I'm not even talking about those situations.
I know what you mean, because we were trying and now it's just differences. But you're talking about
I'm talking about people purposely seeking out people that you're not of equal yoke.
Yeah. And try to use them.
I'm talking about the Black community expecting as a collective Black women to accept this degeneracy. Because we need to uphold the Black man. And I'm telling you, Black women, that's not your fucking responsibility.
And they do that. You're right. They absolutely do.
Yeah, they do it. And they grooming women to accept this shit. And I'm just so happy I'm so lucky that my mama ain't never played that because my grandmama ain't never played that.
No, what it is, Auntie, is that it's back to the single mother parenting. She raised a boy. The boy never grew up to be a man. and thus now the girls are accepting boys. So it's the same mindset. That
I totally agree. And that same mother will put all of that pressure on her girl, and the girl wind up doing what she's supposed to do, and the boy fall by the wayside. It's dysfunction.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, black men, black women shouldn't be out manning you.
Because I'm seeing that now, especially with the newer mothers. They're really raising these boys like little girls. They're really making them very soft, very emotional to things that should mean nothing to them. But as a girl, it'd be one thing, but as a boy, no, we shouldn't be caring about certain things.
To be honest, if we really want to be honest with each other, black women, and I'm talking just as a collective, I'm not talking individually, and it's a fucking shame I have to keep saying that. But as a collective, black women we don't even have a chance to be soft. We don't even have a chance to be daddy's girl.
Women, yeah, little angel.
We don't have that opportunity. So that's why I will cut a nigga's motherfucking throat talking this bullshit. I was just fortunate enough to grow up with parents. But even with that still said, I still had to grow up, and my mama and my grandmama and them taught me it ain't no guarantee that you're going to find a mate that's going to be able to take care of you and sustain you in a certain lifestyle that you want to live. So you have to get the education, get a trade, goddamn it, do something to make sure you can sustain yourself.
That was the same message that I got from my grandmother and my mother. And, the truth of it is not that. I think a lot of times what happens is when you tapping into this historical information and you're breaking down the different codes in the matrix, a lot of times people get lost in the codes and they fall victim to this cult type mentality, and they get drawn and suckered in to a lot of, men who take advantage of that, because it's like they breaking the codes, and now that everything that you thought was real, now they have a chance to swoop in and take advantage of you, and that's what's going on.
Yeah,
I agree.
And there's that little brother Nature Boy who done changed his name to Three Gods.
It's you talking about community disease dick at that, but
the whole conversation his name is popping in my head.
Yeah, like he was on Sinetta show the other day, and I just started back watching Sinetta because Top Cat is on there. So I'm gonna be honest, I had unsubscribed, and then I was like, well, Top Cast was on there, so let me check it out. So I subscribed again, just in case he be on there again. Because I love listening to Top Cats bringing the history. He come with the fire. But anyway, back to my point. This dude was on there, and these women were literally, he had so much control over them to the point where he said a word, and they bowed their heads in unison.
Goddamn.
He say a word and they start singing in unison. Like it was mind boggling. And I'm sitting here like, this is a crusty roach. He not even handsome.
He a crunchy motherfucking roach, and he's diseased dick.
But he's
allegedly and supposedly, and he admitted to doing gay porn. That's my fucking option?
Yes, and he's using the esoteric information.
A conscious pimp.
To abuse the minds of the women.
Exactly.
And for them to allow that to happen, first of all, they outnumber. Okay, I think it was 6 of them, 3 on each side of him. Okay, Masonic at the very least to have 3 on one side and 3 on the other, 33. They gonna sit there, outnumber this roach, and fall for the shenanigans? Like, come on.
And that's the shit I be talking about. And see, what they're trying to do is because he's the extreme case. But then you have black men out here, well, it's only so many of us, so you gon' I've heard it all. You gonna have to share. Nigga, who you talking about gonna have to share what? Some dick? You think you're the only dick running around on this planet? Now,
That's
if you're
how they
saying
feel.
black men, okay, so now you're pretty much telling me if you're gonna fuck with black men, this is the degeneracy you're gonna get. Well, guess what, black men? Now you have forced these young girls to go to other races. Because that's what you told them their options are. You gonna have to share dick. You gonna be a baby mama. You gotta bring something to the table.
But that
you can't depend on me for nothing. Oh, if you want a man, you have to do polygamy. Nigga, ain't none of them choices in my benefit. So then that means you're telling me black men aren't an option for me. That's what you're telling me, right, bruh?
But not even that, Auntie. If his crusty ass is able to pull 6 women, and we working men are having a hard time keeping our one woman, what the fuck's going on? It doesn't make sense to us.
It's a mess.
We want to leave now.
It's a total mess.
It's a glitch in the matrix.
Because we're like, we want our polygamy, and you're like, no, we can't have it. I'm like, bitch, he got it. How the fuck is he gonna get it? And I can't get it.
Because
I'll bring it on the bacon.
All I can say, nephew, is that they're putting spells on these people. And I'm like, that's one hell of a spell, because this nigga is a crunchy ass roach.
Well, that's what I mean. Because we know, like, the men doesn't see that. And we're like, what the fuck?
And the sad part about it, these are women with children.
Yeah. Not even that. These are women that we would say would be mothers. We would look at them and say, yeah, they have certain qualities to be mothers.
And I'm going to be real honest, and I know it's going to hurt some feelings, but any woman that allows herself in that situation, she's weak. She's straight up weak.
6 of them. God damn,
it's something broken in her spirit. She's weak.
Well, we used to say it was daddy issues when coming up, when we would break girls in that form and fashion, it was because there was some daddy issues that would allow us to.
My point exactly.
Emotionally, with
absolutely, because if homes don't have fathers in them. That goes back to the way initial opening of this when we was talking about the whole Will and Jada stuff, because people don't know what manhood is. Not only do men not know, women don't even fucking know. They don't know it because they didn't grow up with it. They don't know. And then they have a bad experience with a man, and then God forbid, they wind up having a child with a degenerate man. And so then here comes a smooth talker with smooth game that means them no good.
Yeah, I was like, fuck that.
And I'm sorry, black men, not only are you abandoning your sons, you're abandoning your daughters because they get their sense of manhood from what manhood is about from you. And if they don't see it, they don't know it.
As a man, our job is to keep our daughters off the pole.
If they don't see what manhood is because you fucking wasn't around, or if you were a degenerate, that's what they're going to get their sense of manhood from.
And our culture is ratchet, so...
It's very much so ratchet.
Yeah.
Like the fact that, what's her name's even a role model, the stripper, Cardi B. Like the fact that people know that. White people know her name. Oh my God.
It's just unacceptable. And when I'm telling black women to make better choices, and I get people jumping in my comment section talking about some I'm on a high horse, you absolutely right. Do you have a horse just as high to be there with me?
Yeah, because they made Beyonce ratchet, which brought down that bar, and now they made strippers up to the bars. Like, oh my God.
So the point being, black men, you are failing. We're in this situation because we don't have strong homes.
Facts.
Black women can't carry it on their backs by themselves. The numbers are showing you that. And no amount of gaslighting, talking shit, and that is going to change that. Where is the pride? And black women, if they can't get it together, leave them the fuck alone. Leave them alone. You goddamn right I'm still on that you ass. I'm still waiting on you to drop the motherfucking receipts. Black women, leave them alone. You deserve more. I don't want you. That's not what I want for you, but you have to want better for yourself. I don't want you bringing souls in this realm that are going to grow up in poverty, see you struggling and crying and all of that shit. It doesn't have to be that way. You set the standards and precedents for what type of man you want in your life. You set that standard. Don't let none of these men sucker you.
And here's a secret. We men, we do things to get your attention. So if you're setting the bar high, we're going to have to reach high to get your attention. Wink, wink.
Again, black women, you deserve better. Before you bring souls in this world, you think very long and hard, and you make damn sure who you're bringing souls into this world with are worthy. I don't give a fuck what their story is. None of that. Because you're going to pay a severe consequence for it. Your children are going to pay a severe consequence for it. You're not put on this planet to fucking breed. You're not put on this planet to be a fucking mule for a man. If a man cannot be of benefit to you and your offspring or your future offspring, you don't fucking need them.
And men, if the gal don't have her head right, don't worry about her body. That shit will wither with time. Check her mindset. Where does she want to be in her life? Does she have both of her parents in her life? Is she comfortable as a whole person? Because you don't want a broken woman in your life either.
Agreed. These are basic values and principles that our parents should have taught us. And I am so sorry for anybody that didn't get that. And you had to navigate life without it. You had to learn the hard way. But let me tell you something, sisters. I don't give a fuck if you are in a bad situation. You can get yourself out of it.
Facts.
That's right.
It's a mindset.
But dragging dead weight around, you're not going to get yourself out of it.
Bag lady, you gon' need your shit.
So if you have 2 children, you end up having 3 if you have a husband.
You can get yourself out of it, women. You don't have to be in that situation.
That's too much baggage.
Don't let a person run you down telling you what you ain't. Even if you ain't that at the moment. Get to what you want to be.
Now, if you ain't adding to your freaking situation, then cut them. Same with the gal. If they're not adding to your life, you gotta cut them.
You gotta let them go.
Yeah, shit, fuck all of that.
Yep, they're not worth it. I'm a living witness. They're not worth it.
Shit, you got me fucked up. So, yep, I was that girl that, no, nigga, nope, no, and hell no. And do I regret it? Abso-fucking-lutely not. I don't do trauma. I don't do it.
Yeah, we need a lot of counseling in the black
community. I don't put myself in situations where I am creating a pattern that's going to have to be felt, ripples from generation to generation to generation.
Right. And then calling yourself cursed.
And if you are in those situations, you have the power to break it and get out of that shit. And it's going to take you being strong. Do not sit up here and think that I'm finna tell you it's going to take some work. It's going to take you being strong.
Take them tears.
It's going to take you being talked about like a motherfucking dog.
You gotta be okay with that shit.
I don't have no problem with that.
Bitch.
Say what the fuck you want to say. Are you funding, you ain't funding me in no type of way. That dick you thought that I needed, sir, I don't even need that.
I got a shower.
So you can do it, ladies. Value yourself enough because your girls are watching you. Not only your girls are watching you, your boys are watching you too.
Yeah, the standard that we're looking at, we're watching it.
They are watching.
Pretty easy these days.
So not only do it for you, do it for them. I'm speaking to you because these men, they ain't broke no cycle yet. There's only a small little collective. I'm not speaking to them.
Just watch it.
The ones that's on they shit, they already know what I'm saying. I'm just validating some things that either they've been taught or they've been feeling. The rest are just going to keep digging in their asshole and scratching their balls and making excuses. I'm talking to you, women. Do it for you and your babies and your future babies.
Love yourself first.
You deserve better. You're not put on this realm for black people's bullshit.
Fuck shit. Quality.
Because quite frankly, it's fucking embarrassing.
Fucking right.
The main reason I'm running through this history, not only to show you correct history, but to show you how black people was running everything. And these are the conditions that we're living under.
Or the morals that we've set or standards.
And the morals and the values that we set. Abso-fucking-lutely. So for any man to step to you and talk to you that bullshit degeneracy, literally, there's no excuse. There's no fucking excuse. The whole entire system was built by black people, specifically black men. So do you, ladies, I don't care how worse your position is, you can get yourself out of it. And keep it moving. Don't drag no dead weight. Don't let anybody degrade you. Try to trap you, talking about what the fuck you got to take when it's involving trauma and abuse.
It's time to go.
Every day is a day.
Don't take none of it. Keep it pushing. Keep it pushing. So, yeah, that's all for the anti section. Sorry, Brother Odell. I couldn't get Brother Odell on tonight. So, I promise you, we'll be back up next week. And we will get into the spirituality stuff. I guess we had to go into the anti stuff tonight. So, I apologize in advance for folks that didn't want to hear that shit. But shit. Oh, no. It's okay, beloved Arawak. I purposely wanted to go off on that fucking loser. I wanted to go off because I wanted you to see the mentality. Cause he ain't saying shit in this comment section that I ain't already heard, nigga. He ain't said not one thing did he say in this comment section that I already have not heard as a woman. So I purposely wanted to go off on him. Because that's the same logic and game that these men try to run on women. But guess who comment section he in, though? Because you ain't going to see me under those other crunchy-ass roaches comment section. I don't go to their page. The only reason I know about them because other people be talking about them and I see inadvertent clips. So I knew exactly what I was doing. Thank you for being concerned, beloved. But believe you me, I knew exactly what I was doing. I wanted it to play out because everything I knew what he was going to say. Because that's what they do. Because it's not about being healthy. It's not about building. It's about control. It's about domination. It's about you gonna do what the fuck I say do. No matter, I don't have shit to offer you. What the fuck you talking about all that? You think you too good? Yes, nigga, I am.
I'll say it's the Anunnaki energy of maintaining the focus or maintaining the energy. It doesn't want it to blossom. It doesn't want it to grow. It wants to keep it in a cycle. So if you get out of the cycle, you're a bitch.
Right. And I'm all of that. If that's your definition of that, surely is. Yep, that you can put my motherfucking name and picture in the dictionary with the motherfucking scarf on. That's your dictionary, your definition. Yeah, you tag me in that. Please do, sir. So women, that's how bold you got to be with that shit. Cause those not the type of men you want. It's just Sandra in the back. You don't want them type of men. They will make your life a living fucking hell.
And they'll do it deliberately.
Yeah, and child, sit back and motherfucking brag that they destroyed your life.
And call you all kinds of itches and all.
Right.
It's awful.
Get you pregnant just to get you pregnant.
And we're not telling you nothing. We're telling you just from life experience.
Yeah.
And I'm just fortunate enough. I had mama, grandma, auntie, them shit. Wasn't no way I could come to them with that fuckery. No, the fuck you ain't. That ain't the way we fucking raised you. I was fortunate.
Culture.
But I'm just telling you, them type of men will destroy your life purposely.
I didn't tell you about it.
And the higher up you are, the better the catch that they feel they got you on lock to destroy you.
That's true.
I mean, if I'm inaccurate in any way, Sis Sandra, please correct us, sister, because I'm not beyond reproach and correction.
No, you're not. You're on target, because I'm personally aware of that.
You don't want them type of men. Nope. Let them go run that game on somebody else. Keep on your grind. Keep loving you. And I don't give a fuck how you look. Whether or not they classify you as a 2 or a 5 or an 8 or a dime. I don't give a fuck, baby. A roach is a roach is a roach.
And they'll make you think you're doing good by getting them.
Exactly. If they classify you as a 2 in looks, it don't matter, baby. Take care of yourself, and you gonna find you somebody on that equal yoke, and even if it ain't a black man, that's gonna like that motherfucking too.
That's true.
At this point, it shouldn't matter. It's about frequency. If you find that
exactly
person on your level,
you ain't got to accept that.
Fuck that shit.
Don't be letting nobody down you because you quote don't look right, and they be looking crunchy and roachy than a motherfucker. So I am telling you, women, I don't care what you look like, none of that. Because they ain't just doing it to the quote girls that don't look good. They're doing it to the girls that look good as well.
Yeah.
They don't know better.
And they don't just do it one time. They do it over and
over. These fucking losers with all of these baby mamas. And no, women are not just running around fucking men that they know have a bunch of baby mamas. Most of the time, them niggas are lying. They're going state to state.
Goddamn.
Running game.
Mm-hmm.
So don't let them run game on you. There is somebody out there for everybody. But black women, you're just going to have to make it up in your mind. You're not responsible for the black community. You're responsible for self. And if you have children, your children. You make the best choice for you and your children.
The man is not there to make you happy.
Well, if he can't make you happy, it ain't no point of being with that motherfucker.
You're supposed to be happy within yourself. I'm supposed to be the
Well,
cherry
that's a
on
given.
the
That's
top.
a given.
No, it's not a given.
Let's say
it's not
I'm
a
happy
motherfucking given,
within
Auntie.
myself.
No, it's not a given.
Well,
them
okay.
that shit.
Listen, I'm happy within myself. And
Yes.
if a man can't make me happy, nigga, what we got to talk about?
No, they don't know that. That's why this manipulation is allowed to happen, because she's going out there with that mentality that he is going to fill that void of lack of happiness. So the manipulation is allowed. That's why 6 bitches are next. I can't even believe that shit, because he's filling a void.
What you saying?
Yeah, because they're
lack of
self-esteem.
self-confidence.
Yes, I agree. Yes, absolutely
Right.
with you.
Right.
I'm in agreement with you.
You're a prey.
So you tell these girls.
You're a prey at that point.
You're a prey.
You're a prey. Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, because that's how they look at it. You guys are saying, yes, the man's he's there to help you, make you happy, but no, not on that level. No, be happy with yourself first.
Right.
Know who you are first. Love yourself first.
You have to be
the motherfucking cherry, girl.
Absolutely, because otherwise you are gonna go get a mate and look for that
Yeah,
happiness within that mate. And to be honest, even with that mate, if you're not happy with yourself, you're putting a lot of pressure on somebody else to make you happy.
Yeah, well, that's where
that's not right.
Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah, that's not right either. So just work on yourself, love yourself, do for self, and you don't have to accept any low-level degeneracy.
No, we'll meet you in the middle. We'll see you there. Right.
Exactly. And there's somebody out there for everybody. But I'm going to be honest with you. It may not be a black man. I'm not going to sit up here and say that it's going to be a black man. I'm not even going to trap you up like that.
If it's about self-worth and self-happiness, you shouldn't care about skin color at this point. You should be about self-worth and self-happiness. This person is going to make me the happiest person I could be. He's my cherry on my fucking top.
Do you? That's all I'm saying.
Love you too, Auntie.
Do you? All right. So so we'll start with Sis Sandra. You have any last words for the family?
The world is big, but the game is small. People have been running that game on women for a long time. And they come in so gentle and kind, and they go out like a roaring lion, because they done took everything from you, including your spirit and your strength. And so then you have to work to get your strength back, and then you have to work with children that came into being a part of that relationship, whether it's with marriage or without marriage. And it makes a cycle of pain. And you should not open yourself up to anybody who calls themselves sweet and turns out to be a booger.
Now, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
It's just the oldest game on the planet. It's prey versus hunter, or hunter versus the prey. And you are prey. And don't think it's love. Don't think you will be happy with him, because you won't. Because you are the prey.
And that's coming from Sis Sandra. That ain't coming from screaming auntie with the scarf, telling you a dick is a dial away, and I still stand by on what I say. No, I'm not sorry that it hurts a man's feelings, because you got to be reminded of that. That's coming from her. She's spitting real game to you. And for all the men out there, you women, y'all just act like women just get into relationships, a nigga whooping her ass, the relationship start out, she getting her ass whooped. Or he's treating her like shit at the beginning of the relationship. No, that's not how that works. It works just how she ran the game down to you.
They come in really nice and quiet, but it doesn't end up that way. You end up wanting to continue to be happy, and they wind up continuing to control.
Exactly.
And if you have more than they have, you're in trouble.
Ciao.
You're in trouble. And in the end, when you get out, they'll tell you what they were in there for, and it's not for love.
That's coming from Auntie Sandra now.
It's a sad game. It's a sad game because there's too many victims in the end. Your family becomes a victim, the children becomes a victim,
Absolutely.
you're a victim, but he walks away calling himself the victim.
Yep.
But he was the prey.
Yep.
He was the prayer. He was preying on you. And the worst thing you can do is what they did on that movie. Tell you that Jesus does it all for you.
Mm.
But that's the brainwashing.
That is crud. It's absolute crud.
Jesus will take care of it.
If you depend on Jesus to work out your marriage for you, you're not going to have a good marriage. Bet that. Or your relationship, forget it. Because he did not pay it all. So anyway, and they use Christianity to entrap you to be their wives.
Oh yeah, that's a real old game. That's a real old game. I got a couple of things I'm gonna get on. Arawak said a loser tried to trick my daughter and I broke that relationship up quick. Now she's talking to a nice young man that's in flight school and she is a teacher for a university. 4 years of university.
That's good.
Exactly. And so this
Yuda,
because I didn't triggered him. Where is your husband? You got somebody for me to marry? Because you ain't qualified. You've already established that.
You know, there's a lot of people.
So and not only that, you feel me having a husband adds value to me? Yeah. Because obviously, nigga, you didn't think that because you said I'm on a high horse. So you don't even qualify to be my husband. So that don't work either. Yeah, I know that line too, Dust. I know that line too, crunchy ass roach. Where is your husband? Yeah, I know that line too. I sure the fuck do. So you don't even qualify, nigga, to be a husband. Now, how about that?
That's something.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they pull. I'm telling y'all can't run that game on me.
Well, you know, nowadays it's so much easier to investigate people. When
Absolutely.
When I was young, they didn't have computers like this. I'm dating myself.
Yeah,
they didn't have computers like that, and you couldn't find out people's records. You have to depend on the honesty of their word. And let me tell you, that is not good.
No, it's not. I remember in my 20s, I was working in HR at this company, and this dude trying to holler. Now we work at the same company. Child, I went right in the motherfucking HR records, nigga, marry like a motherfucker, cause I went in them files, pull that motherfucker's
Isn't that a confidentiality clause?
Hey, that was in my 20s. That shit don't matter. I ain't say what company I did the shit at. Let me go to them insurance papers. Nigga married with babies.
That nigga make it.
The niggas will lie through their teeth.
They will lie through their teeth.
And now the new game is these internet niggas trying to talk to different women at the same time on the internet, thinking they finna get some motherfucking play.
Yeah.
And they crunchy ass roaches. So do your motherfucking investigative background on these people.
and you know what, copper colored Libra? You know, they say God is love, right? That's what the preachers say. God is love. And
then they rape the little boys.
And you have to stay with your husband when he's treating you really like a dog. God is love. What he's put together, let no man put asunder. But if God is love, do you think your marriage you have is love?
And he be beating the brakes off that woman or cheating on that woman.
Or cheating or calling her out her name.
Yeah, or emotionally abusing her. Women, you got to take care of yourself. Don't depend on no man. If a man is abusing you, leave. That's financially, physically, emotionally, leave.
And if you think that is God that you're getting in that man,
Child,
take it.
I don't know what God you serving.
I don't either. And the parents in the day is you can't get a divorce because God has married you together with this person, and you know you got these
the family name will be staying forever.
And you, but you don't live with them. Let your parents.
But what would I tell my friends? I can't tell them that you broke up.
Oh my God.
Yeah, a lot of people stay into stuff because of, what people are going to think, this, that, and the third, or just take care of yourself, people. And that's including men and women. You're not put on, I would hope that you didn't recycle on this planet to be traumatized and abused by something that you can control. You control who you made up with.
That's right.
And it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. You have to stand in your own truth.
Yes, you do. And your parents can't help you through it because you put yourself in it. So anyway, I wish everybody well in choosing well to marry or to choose mates that can make you feel better. I mean, do better for you.
Right.
That's what I mean. So love yourselves and don't take abuse off of anybody.
Absolutely. That's right. Well, let me give you your explosion, sis, because I've never heard sis was speaking some game tonight, baby. She spit that game, and that's all the way wisdom. Y'all take that advice. We don't want to see not yet another generation suffer. You don't have to. You deserve.
The children never know their daddy, and they saw the daddy talking to the children, to their mama like she was crazy, and they come grow up talking to their girl like they crazy, and then that they have children and they do the same thing. Don't do that.
We don't have to do that. Break the cycle.
Break it.
Absolutely. Thanks, sis Sandra. Nephew Nuwad, you put your last words on it.
Well, I'll quickly just want to thank you aunties, Auntie Sandra and Auntie Rhonda, for coming out here and breaking it down for the nieces. Am I saying that right? Yeah, because what I've come to realize, as I said earlier, it's not about age, it's experience. And if you don't have certain experience, you won't know certain things. And if you, as you just, as Auntie Sandra laid out, if there was abuse in the home and that's what the children are learning from, it's a cycle that it needs to be broken, but it seems to be prolonging itself. So I'm glad that you guys are taking the time to have these conversations and to give the little wisdom you can to individuals, despite the roaches in the crowd. Because even on the Mendham side, we see that, because like I said, we're looking for good women to have in our lives. We pick based on good things that we think we should have, but as we said, they don't have the mindset that we need to carry it forth. Yeah, they talk a good game. Same on your side. You have the men that talk a good game, but they're not producing what we need to actually produce. Yeah. So luckily, like you said, you were a proper auntie, because now she who walks among the mist is the prototype of what we should have as women. Her husband has an actual proper woman to deal with. Not every relationship, as you know, has that mindset, and it's because she has women like you to filter the bullshit out. Not every girl has that filter. And I'm glad that now we're taking this time to filter bullshit out, because we can't move forward as we're coming to understand, because the bar is set on you. We reached the bar. We have no problem reaching the bar, but we need someone to set the bar for us. And is that understanding?
Yes.
So that's how I feel.
I understand that, nephew. And let me give
you. I thank you greatly for what you guys are doing. It's not just about our history, but for me, it's really about culture, because that's what I've come to realize. Living in Canada, they've stripped out our culture. So a lot of these women are growing up saying that they're black, they're this and the other, but they don't have the certain understanding or common sense to do certain things. And they follow the programming, and it just leads us into a vicious cycle. Yeah, so thank you.
Let me give you your hand clap.
I got nothing more. I'll yell on that. Mendham, do your thing, keep doing your thing. For the men that are doing their things, we know what we're doing. We know we got to get done. Link up with righteous women, because they're going to point us in the direction that we need to go in. They're going to how can I say it? They're going to tap in to mama and we just need to follow them. Let them be the carrot that we chase, in a sense. But we need them to be righteous. So
Indeed. All right. Thank you, nephew Nuwa. And I'm proud of the brothers that come on. I'm really proud of y'all because y'all want your shit. You got your trade and you're trying to do the right thing. I respect that. I honor that. And anything less than that, you take care of your family. You'll never get Auntie Rhonda to respect that. And I don't give a damn who got an issue with that. Nope. So thank you as well. So let me see. Oh, he dropped off. Dang on it. Nisi Poo, did you want to put last words on it or you good? Raise your hand if you want to put last words on it. If not.
She had dropped some last word in the comments.
Okay, she does. Good. I wanted you to. All right. You should be unmuted.
I love Tanya. This baby boomer looked for God and found herself.
Ooh, bars, sis, bars. Go ahead, Nisi Poo. Let me put it up there.
That's beautiful.
Sending you hugs, sis. Tanya, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nisi Poo.
I just want to, give y'all virtual hugs. I wish I was closer and could hug y'all in real life because y'all have definitely been very influential in helping me to ascend to the level that I'm at. And I know that I'm still moving forward. I'm not all the way there yet, but I can honestly say that when you start to think of things in a higher, from a place of not being a victim, but being a true warrior.
Fearless.
And being fearless and creating a way for yourself and for your family.
Yep.
And not allowing any excuses to get in the way of that. That is part of the ascension process. And I'm just thankful and grateful that I have had some wonderful mentors along my journey.
Facts.
So Auntie Rhonda and Auntie Sister Sandra, and Uncle Sean, maybe he might listen in later.
Right,
but a lot of times I find myself in spaces trying to protect people from being duped or misled. And I've got to slow down and realize that it's not my job.
That's right.
Like what Auntie just said, it's not your job to save the world.
No, but it's your job to harness that power, though. That's your job. Tap into that.
My husband over here tapping me, talking about some,
Exactly. I got you, nephew, on that. I don't sanction that fuckery.
He over here laying in the bed like a king. But yes. But the part we have, I have to guard my empathy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Which I learned that from Brother Scotty. He was giving me tidbits like, nah, I know, because he kept telling me he knew because he had been there before.
Yep.
So it's like we share our stories. That is part of our American Indian culture to storytell, to sit around the virtual fire and share our stories so that we can ascend properly and so that we can set the next generation on their right path. So even though we can't sit around the fire together, I call it the virtual fireside chat. And I'm grateful and thankful for the space and the time and for you being so on point, Auntie. Every Thursday, it's like, there's not a Thursday that you just say, oh, I don't want to do it today. You're so consistent. And we appreciate you. And peace to the panel and peace to the chat and anybody that's a fuck boy in the chat. We love you,
Cockroach.
Nah, I'm just joking. But yeah, even the ones who are acting crazy in the chat, it's okay.
Their feelings just hurt, but child, what I say
they came here for this though, guys. How much hours did they get through this shit?
Windmilling.
How many hours later, though?
Exactly. So I already know what the deal is, and I purposely had that exchange because I want women to see the pattern of the roachiness because it's a mentality. I wanted young girls to see that. I wanted them to see it. And it doesn't matter that they don't get it. You stand on your principles. Those are your principles, young women. Stand on them.
They don't have good health.
They're not movable. Your principles are not movable.
Well, not really yours. They're nature's, right? So respect nature's fucking principles, please.
That whole part. It's to my reflection, my brother Nuwa.
I love you, girl. What's up?
Peace and love and light to you, brother. Keep reflecting this fuck shit away and shining your bright light, brother. Because you got it. So keep moving. And brother Twan too with his fire.
Yeah,
I love when he come on.
Yeah, that's my
ammunition, bro. What
dude.
you mean? And them shows up when I fucking need help. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just so proud. I mean, shit, that brother, martial art man, he an electrician, he no tech.
Call that an alpha.
Thank you. Can you say that again, nephew New?
Call that the prototype of an alpha.
Can you just say that one more time for the slow
motherfucker in the back? Motherfucker, we call that shit an alpha for the ones that didn't get it. A man that can do for his wife, do for himself, and still come home and make her feel nice about her shit. All right? See? All right.
That motherfucker part. Like my nephew, Nisi Poo's husband, that works, got a career, has investments, has a plan for his family, makes an environment where his wife can be independent contractor and homeschool their children.
Smiling.
That is an alpha male.
Yeah, smile.
Explosion. That's a motherfucking alpha male. You crunchy ass roaches. That's an alpha male. So don't get mad at Auntie Rhonda with the scarf because I know what manhood looks like.
God damn.
He's sitting over here smiling. He want to say something, but he know the show about to end.
Yeah,
so he just
shit. They better go with the foolishness now. I'm not having it. So let me bring on son Scotty and see if he got some last words for the fam. So let me give Nisi Poo her hand clap. I am extremely proud of you as a woman. You are doing a wonderful job with your family, with your children, and you have a beautiful soul. And don't ever let anybody tell you anything different, and always stand on your principles.
Right.
It's you first and your family.
Check that shit.
Nothing else matters. You first and your family.
Not one fuck.
Nothing else matters. And I'm not going to tell you anything different.
Yeah.
Nothing is above that.
Hey.
So let me give you your hand clap.
Yay!
All right, so let me bring son Scotty in to put something on it. Okay, son, you there. You should be unmuted. I want you to say night-night to the fam, if you can. I know you got a lot going on.
What's up? Peace and love, family. Good timing. I literally just wrapped it up. I was listening to everything in the background, even though I couldn't tap in as much, but y'all was on fire tonight. So, you know, I agree with everything that was said. So the fuck.
Right, that part. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, thank you all to, of course, my lovely panel. Sorry, Brother Odel, that we was running our mouth. You came in, but I think you went back to sleep. That's okay. We'll pick back up next week with Brother Odel. We'll get into the spirituality side. So sorry, fam, who didn't come for the whole however many hours for the auntie scarf moment. I apologize up in advance, but it is what the fuck it is. And shout out to the YouTube chat for you all putting something on it. So it's appreciated, family. I appreciate you all. I want everyone to be healthy, happy, and loved. That's all I want you all to be. That's all. I don't wish anyone any harm, any of that. But I will never put out information that's going to sanction someone being placed in harm or placed in subjugation for someone else's pleasure. That I'm not finna do. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not the channel that's gonna coddle men and or women. I'm going to always tell you to put yourself first and your children. I'm going to give it to you raw. It's not going to be comfortable. And guess what? It's going to go against a lot of the Black community standards. And you know what? It's supposed to. Because the Black community standards are a piece of shit.
And that's the truth uncompromised.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can't con me. You cannot con me. I have pro-ized. That's what the fuck that spelling means. You cannot con me.
So hit that motherfucking like button on your way out.
All right. So shout out to the ancestors. Specifically my ancestors. I know my granny and them like, get it, baby. I know they like, she's a hot motherfucking mess, but she right.
Yeah.
So shout out to my ancestors that put me up on game. So love you all very much, fam. We'll be back next week. Brother Odel should be up here. If something changes, you'll see it in the promo. If he has to take a week off, because I actually wanted him to take this week off to get some rest.
Make sure you subscribe to get that update.
Yep. So we'll be back next week. Okay. So peace and love, fam. Love you all very much.
Yeah, love y'all.
Peace and love, family.
Peace and love, Brother Scotty.
Why?
I love you. Love you.
Love y'all.
Love y'all.